If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
Stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike, you have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go again. It's going to be a great day today. Already had a super chat come in from Wrongful Rage to a good day and a better night. Stay safe, stay healthy, be true to yourself in the presence of others or alone. Be vigilant and deliberate in action. Love it. Love it. Actually ties into what we're going to talk about today. And so that is awesome. Thank you so much, Wrongful Rage, for kicking it off with that $9.99, $10 American. Really appreciate that. Let me go down the list. Welcome everyone to the show that's posted up so far. We've got 13 was first in the chat today, which is awesome. Damien, right after that, I see that he has joined the home built aircraft or aviation forum that I have directed him to. That is awesome. Corrupt Admin, good to see you, sir. Good to see you. I'm not familiar with you, but I'm sure you're a valuable member of the audience. Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics is in the house, along with Imperious. Now, that's two ends of the spectrum because Mr. Boulay is top mod. Imperious enrages mods. It's the opposite of mods. So that's okay. Okay. All right. And we've got a few other people. Sarah Kitten is in the house. How are you? You're also not familiar to me, but good to see you. Silent Hero's in the house. Two Wills. Fredo Fonzarelli, good to see you, brother. Silent Hero, good to see you. Welcome, one and all, to the show. We're about to start this. We're going to light it up here, guys. I have had a busy morning. I had a bunch of meetings right out of the gate. Hey, what's up, Kevin? What's cracking? we'll get into that. But I had you guys know I'm trying to, despite being retired, I'm a busy person, and I had a couple of meetings right out of the gate this morning, and I had to deal with those. And so I've been running like right up against red line all morning, and that's okay. I've got my freshly made cappuccino. Got a microphone, got a camera. We're good. Live by 5x5. Hey, the Briar Wolf is in here. The Briar Wolf is in the house. Good to see you. Let me go ahead and do my normal grift introduction. Before I begin the monologue. Hello, Lindsay Smith. Good to see you. Lindsay, you might actually be someone great to come up on stage later. We'll talk. We'll get into that. Ladies and gentlemen, this show is supported by my wallet alone. And unfortunately, this show does cost money. And at some point, while I'm happy to cover the cost, at some point it would be great if we could get to the point where the show made money, or at least, kind of, I don't know, broke even. I'm not asking for much, I don't think. Yeah, just a little break even point, So that's, I hope I'm not asking for too much there, but at some point I am going to have to make it make sense. And to that end, we got to grift, guys. I got to grift you. I'm sorry. Apologize. If you cannot give anything, do not. If you can, by all means, and you feel like it's worth it, that you've received some value out of the words that come out of my mouth, and that I somehow enrich your day, then consider sending in a super chat, participating in the show. I'll have merch soon, so you'll be able to buy some merch and get something for your money, which I think is important. And many other things are coming down the pipe. We just haven't gotten there, guys. Unfortunately, as much as I would like to, I'm just not there yet. But we will. We'll get there. We're good. It's going to happen. I promise. But in the meantime, again, if you can, and it works out that you can, please consider supporting the podcast with a little grift. It's helpful. It's it's interesting, and we'll get this going on. And it's annoying to me to have to even like talk about this, but unfortunately, it's a fact of life. The show costs money, and as much as I enjoy doing it, there's a lot of things I can do that make me more money than this show. We've had a staff contribution to the show. I'm going to show everybody this. This was made for me. Whoops, I've got all kinds of things up there on the screen. I don't know why. Hide that. Make that bigger. I don't know why it didn't go full screen right out of the gate. There we go. Only you can support the grift. All right, guys, enjoy that. I like it. I think it's funny, and I have a great time. Hey, we got a raid coming in. Yeah. All right. So I'm missing a bunch. Actually, Kevin, the 1 year anniversary is technically December 12th. But I actually, I kind of celebrate it right about now, because this is when I actually started doing the show seriously, and trying to get, trying to actually build membership and all of that. So that is true. Imperious, I'm not buying you a plane. Yeah, if you don't have funds, no funds, no dono. That's the rule. If you can't afford it, don't do it. I add Glenn and he bails. That's that guy. New Year's resolutions? Not really, man. I'm not much of a believer in them. I just I set. We got TTS coming in, so I'll be quiet for a moment.
The Briar Wolf donated $19.99. Super chat. Much appreciate the show. You guys give me something to listen to while I work.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Briar Wolf. He's a great support. He's actually been a really good supporter of the show when he can make it. Sport Brand, how are you, sir? Good to see you, sir. Glenn Lawrence is back with us. There he is.
Yo, wait a minute. What is with the anti-tactical soap thing here?
I didn't do an anti-tactical soap.
I saw the little ad thingy, the little flyer, no tactical soap. We want guys to wash their balls with soy shit? Is that what you're advocating?
I think that it's just that I don't actually have a tactical soap sponsorship. So I don't know. I didn't make that. That's fan art. That is fan art.
I'm just here to break your balls.
That's okay. You know what? Somebody needs to try, I guess. Carney's Ride has been a member for a month. Always a great show. That's absolutely true. I try and do the best I can. We're going to get into the topics in just another couple of minutes, guys. I really like to recognize the crowd. Thanks for coming in, Mikey Balls with the raid. Good to see you, sir. We're going to talk about something I think that for most of us, especially the men in the chat, we're going to talk about something that it came up over the weekend that I think most of us absolutely understand, but we don't know what to do about it, and we don't know why we need to do anything about it. And that is how much the way that we raise young men and women has changed in the past even 20 years, and how much of a true detriment to society it is. This is a really important thing because I have a kid, I have a son that's 14. I have a 4-year-old as well. I look at my son and the way he acts versus some of the way his friends act, and the skills that he has versus the skills they do not have. And one has to look at modern society and wonder what the fuck is going on with people. And Glenn and I was on Glenn's show the other night. It was a great show. And we started talking about personal responsibility and accountability and some other things. And of course, we got derailed into me basically flaming 5 or 6 people who just for some reason can't understand personal responsibility and want to call it other things. But it all starts when you're a kid.
Yep.
And
foundation.
It is. It's really the foundation. And one of the things that came up this weekend outside the show, because I spending time with my family, is the way. It looks like a super chat coming in, so I will. I thought I had a super chat coming in. Did that not? That did not trigger the TTS. Let me. I'm going to work on that. Give me a second. Why did that not trigger the TTS? Well, we'll re-trigger it. How about that? Oh no, it did trigger it. I'm sorry, it did. I'm just going too quick. I'm moving too quickly through the intro and everything. Glenn, what do you think about the games that kids play now versus like when you were a kid we go further back to when I was a kid? What do you think about the way that they play together, kids play together, the things they do and all of that?
It's borderline homo.
It is, right? Right. So when I was a kid, we had BB gun wars.
Hell yeah. Shit. Bro, I shot my friend in the hand with the BB gun with the CO2. And for 3 years, a damn BB was in there.
we fought. I mean, we had actual backyard fights. We would just and it was no big deal. Parents didn't care. What about and I mean, all of it, man. All of the riding, riding bikes all day, man. I'd get up I'd have some cereal for breakfast and I would go ride a bike all day. We would play hide and seek in the woods for hours, man, hours, and just run all over the neighborhood. No backyard. Well, first of all, most of the backyards
we were never home.
Right. Yeah.
Never
No
home.
backyards were fenced, and literally, like we play like everybody's home was our home. Right? You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
We would walk into anybody's fridge and just
Right.
get something to
Yeah.
drink.
Right. I mean, as long as their parents. I mean, my parents had a rule that only if their parents are home we could go inside.
Yeah, so did mine, but I never obeyed.
Yeah. I mean, and we broke the rules all the time, and you know there were consequences for that. But it's an interesting.
Only if you got caught.
It's interesting because when I think about it, I started thinking about this weekend, because the games that we used to play, that I used to play, led up to a lot of the things that I'm really good at today. And we were basically preparing, we were, without knowing it, we were preparing ourselves for the entirety of life when we were 8 years old, 9 years old, all the way up through high school.
What we didn't know is we were sharpening our skills.
Right. All the games that we played, right? Hide and seek, that sharpens your I mean, you have to, it takes an observation. You have to learn how to hide. You have to learn how to find people. You have to run really fucking fast. You know, I mean, there's a whole lot of things that just that one game, and there were all kinds of games that we played, right?
Oh yeah.
And now kids sit inside.
I mean, you know, spin the bottle. I learned how to kiss. No,
dude, hey, I legit played doctor, bro. I legit played doctor when I was like really little. I didn't understand what I was doing.
7 minutes in heaven. You know how much skills I've learned.
Right. But you know what you did? You probably didn't actually learn. You know, we're being a little tongue in cheek, but you did actually know how to talk to women. Yeah.
No. I mean, I'm
and treat girls like girls. You know.
But there is some truth.
And you understood that they were different, right? Like right out of the gate.
Definitely. But what you also understood was like you weren't afraid of the approach.
Right. Yeah. Something like that.
I just thought about that too. I was just joking around, just tongue in cheek with it. But when you
right.
actually think about it, it actually breaks that barrier of insecurity or fear or whatever, you know.
Right. And you start to really understand what the difference between you and a girl is, right? Because we don't have a girl up here on the panel right now, and I don't know that a grown woman wouldn't be embarrassed, but I really understood the difference between a girl and a boy after a couple of rounds of various, you know, quasi weird games.
Ladies up in here.
So I mean, it's a really interesting thing, right? Like it's to me it is. Yeah.
Hey, Greg, you want to see something real quick?
Sure, man.
I'm gonna show you something.
Yeah.
Show you something.
All
right. Just give me a second.
All right.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let me
hit the right button.
I did.
Not the first time you've heard that in your life.
No, normally get the right button. It's just the wrong hole.
There you go.
It should be up. I don't know why it's not up right now.
Well, while you're doing that,
okay, just never mind. Keep moving on. You'll see it. You'll see it in a minute.
All right. So one of the most interesting things, man, is how I really don't have a basis of comparison, but I was thinking about it because my son is just attached to the computer now. If he's not doing his homework, he's doing something else that's weird, like he watches endless amounts of short videos, and and he's watching cool stuff like Grand Thumb and things like that, but at the same time I'm like, you know why I don't watch sports is because I'd rather be fucking doing it. That's why I don't care anything. I can't sit and watch any game. I literally can't sit and watch any game. And people have asked me my entire life why I don't watch racing. They come over to my house and they expect me to have some race on from some exotic place in the country or the world. And I'm watching, like fucking John Wayne movies or some shit. And that's because it's literally zero interest to me unless I'm doing it. And we've reversed that completely. Sport Brand Bro, you got to be careful, man. WMD hates anything that even looks like a link. Just hates it. He's very angry. He's a very angry robot. But he'll be back. Yeah.
I'm gonna hop out and hop back in. I think something is not letting me link. Like,
okay,
it's my camera, so let me just hop out.
I got you. While he's doing it, guys, I'm just going to continue on. The games that we played as kids, in my day, I really feel like had a large effect on how we were able to grow, how our brains work, and how our problem solving abilities. Oh, look at that! That's pretty slick.
Yeah, you like the studio?
That's pretty sick, man. You got a couch there.
Yep. We're getting the new mics coming in for each station. There's each side of the couch will have a mic.
Cool.
And
you're gonna start doing interviews.
Yeah, I'm gonna start having people come here and do in-person interviews. It's gonna be neat. It's gonna be neat.
Cool.
Like got some other stuff I gotta work on. I'm gonna build out another track for the camera. I'm gonna have a moving camera.
Mm-hmm.
Be able to.
Oh, you going full biking on us?
Well, no, actually, there's that, but I'm also talking about a dolly system. Like, I think he has a dolly system too. But yeah, we're gonna have a new dolly.
Yeah, he does. Here. Yeah, he's got a couple of them, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is just from certain things that I've noticed at the few different studios that I've been to. That I wanted to add, like these are ideas and corporations that I want to add to it. So I'm just slowly investing in it. So
yeah, man, looks good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Hoosers, back to your regular.
Yeah, back to the topic. I mean, look, it's an interesting thing to me because my son and I were talking about this weekend because again he's online all the time. He reads, which is good, but he doesn't. There's no kids in the neighborhood to play with. I mean, there are kids physically in the neighborhood. They just never come out of their houses.
See,
right?
That's the weird thing here, Grid. When we were kids, you always had to worry about driving because you might hit somebody's kid. You always had to pay attention because always like there's always kids running across the street.
You just didn't do that shit.
Yeah. Now, I do not see kids playing outside. And yeah, I get it. I'm in LA, and yeah, we have a fire right now. But
dude, I don't either.
Even in the good neighborhoods, like the white neighborhoods,
yeah,
you don't see kids outside. Normally, you always used to see all white kids outside in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
now you don't.
I don't see kids out in any neighborhoods, bro. No neighborhood.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's absolutely insane. And we drove through the neighborhood I grew up in yesterday. And I was showing my wife. I'm like, I lived in that house. We bought that house and it burned down, and that's why my parents live where they live now. And this guy lived here, that guy lived over there. This guy was my best friend, and we all rode bikes. We rode bikes all through this area and all this stuff. And
Flo's right though. Only crackheads ride bikes now.
right. Yeah, Flo State's right on that too. Right?
Only see grown
Glare 1%. Yeah, Glare 1% comes right back with you can't ride your bikes to your friend's house anymore. Some crackhead will steal it.
No, as soon as you see somebody on a bike, you're like, they're a crackhead.
Yeah.
They could be 8 years old. They're like, that 8-year-old is a crackhead.
Yeah. But I mean, it's unreal how stupid to me that the world has become, and we're not actually we're not better off. I don't care what anybody says. We are not better off. We are, my son doesn't have any friends to play with in the neighborhood because literally no kids come out. And he rides his bike. He has a mini. Look, any kid with a mini bike in my neighborhood growing up was the popular kid. Like you would hear that and you go out and be like, oh, dude, can I ride it, man? Can I ride it? Right?
Do you remember making ramps as a kid?
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely.
I was like the ramp specialist by the time I was like 12. I could give me some lumber. I will assemble you the most ridiculous ramp. And do some dumb shit on it.
Dude,
Like
I came home one day from jumping off of ramps, a couple of different ones. I had both shoulders, both knees, elbows, and a butt cheek skinned.
same here.
From jumping off a ramp, because I didn't learn, right? Like you jump and you'd crash, and then you get one right, and that would encourage you.
Yep.
And then you do it again.
We defied gravity so much as kids. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, it was great.
I remember trying to make parachutes and jumping off our neighbor's roof. Okay, it never worked. Okay,
yeah.
I ended up landing in a rose bush.
I used to jump off the roof just to prove I could do it.
I did jump off the roof into a pool, and that was always fun.
Whoops.
You know, I was able to do that. But like we used to do, we built like some random tree in the woods. We'll go build a tree fort. You know, like we did shit that was like, yeah, it was dangerous, but we lived.
It wasn't. I mean, it was stuff that taught us things, right?
Yeah,
like I literally would climb the highest tree. I used to climb trees and read books in the limbs of trees.
No, I didn't do. Well,
I was a geek, but I mean, it's just so interesting, man. How our kids are just fucked up in the head, and we wonder why. And I'm like, it's easy to see why, bro. It's easy.
You know what I used to do too? Like I would take people's broken radios, I'll take them apart, and try to fix them again. And I give them.
And sometimes you got it right, and sometimes you let the magic smoke out.
Yeah, and like that still works for me today because I will like. If I need to, I will Jimmy rig the fuck out of something to make it work, and it'll work. How did it work? I don't know.
I mean, kind of continuing forward, you know, is like, again, my son started out, he wants to be out, he wants to play with his friends, he wants to hang out with people. There's nobody to hang out with, spends all day inside. But we were thinking about it, I was talking with my wife about it yesterday, and I'm like, you know, all of the shit that I used to do as a kid has transferred into my adult life. And I mean, I was still playing games up until even after high school, bro. I remember when I was in military school, and I was probably a junior in high school. We played nighttime hide and seek.
Oh yeah.
Where actually we called it a snipe hunt. You know what snipe hunt is?
No, but I know what nighttime hide and seek is.
Okay, so a snipe hunt was, we had one of the guys on my team was a pussy, and he was just wasn't catching.
He was a pussy.
He just wasn't catching up. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Just wasn't. He wasn't melding with the team, right?
He was the odd one out.
Yeah, he needed to have his ass beat, but we got in trouble for that shit. So what happened is we took him on a snipe hunt. And we took him into the fucking woods at night to hunt these snipe. And we started off with all 10 of us. And one by one, we would drop off.
Who's sniping?
And the snipe's is a bird. And they're supposed to, you tell a guy, hey, it only comes out at night. It usually hides behind trees or logs or some shit. You got to be really quiet to sneak up on one. And so, we're moving as quietly as possible through these fucking woods with and he would have the only flashlight, right?
Oh, because it just him.
and so he's got the flashlight, and then you'd be like, so one by one, your team members drop off. And so it comes down to like me and this dude, and I'm like, hey man, give me the flashlight, get your bag ready. And I'd shine it on a tree. And I'd say, look, you see behind that tree? And I would have play with the light. So there was there was something there. Right. Yeah. And I'm like, hey, get it, man, get it. And he would take off running towards it. And I'd turn the flashlight off and fucking run. And I can see really good. I still can. I'm not as good as when I was, 15, 16, but I used to have excellent, like ridiculous night vision. And I remember I was sitting next to a tree and he walked right by me. I mean, I like right here, he walked right by me, and I followed his ass all the way out to make sure he didn't get hurt. And he's screaming and he's yelling and all of that. And finally we get it. He comes to the edge that, he finally doesn't fuck up enough. So, and he's stopping to listen. Right. But, I was pretty good in the woods back in the day. And he's stopping to listen. He's like got a stick and he's swinging it around, and I'm watching him flail around like an idiot. And so I follow him all the way out, and all the other guys are already in the field.
Mm-hmm.
So he comes out on the end of the field, and they light him up with the flashlights, right?
Yeah.
And everybody, basically everybody gave him a bunch of shit and said, "Hey, isn't it a lot better to have a team on your side, a team on your back, that's got you, right?" And so I think he learned really well after that. Mrs. D, I'm sorry to hear that you're sick.
Oh no,
that's terrible. Good to see you the other night on Glenn's show. I had a lot of fun.
Mrs. D's awesome.
Yeah, we got this dude rolling up in here. So,
what up?
That's our Timu Tim Pool that we just imported in. Tim Pool would have shaved and looked nice, but Flo said, "Fuck that." It is.
Hey, this is the shortest I've been shaved in a while. Besides, don't you hate Glenn now that he's all shaved? Like, I like him about 20% less. Well, which is not like there's a lot of surplus to work with originally either. You're running thin here, Glenn.
You get what you get. You don't throw a fit. All right, deal with it.
I don't know what to say about that.
I gotta stay clean shave. 5 o'clock shadow. It's for work. Like like when I gotta stay in it because I hate. See, I have like really like odd skin. It's weird, really weird. Like,
let's hear about your sensitive skin.
If I like grow out my beard and I shave, it get just irritated for weeks. Can't do it. So when I know I have to be clean shaved, I just stay clean shaved.
You need to change your moisturizer or something.
No. It's like an allergy thing. I don't know.
Actually, his whole body is covered in labia skin.
Yeah,
labia skin. Because are you trying to say he's a pussy?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Because I am what I eat, Flo. I am what I eat.
Right.
That's funny, man. That's great. So, Flo, have you been listening? Are you up to speed on the topic of the morning?
No, I caught the snipe.
Playing outside, bro. Playing outside with your recliner.
Yeah, no, I never.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. That's exactly the shit I would have done too.
Yes.
I mean, there's still some kids that play around here, but we got a lot of kids in the neighborhood. But definitely fewer.
There's like one kid down the street from me that plays in his driveway with a soccer ball for like 30 or 40 minutes, and then he'll just go inside. He doesn't come down, and my son's like ridden the mini bike by like 1,000 times, and the dude's just like, hey, like, no, hey, come on, man, I want to ride that. None of that shit. It's like really fun. Mrs. D says to try exfoliating twice a week, Glenn.
I got some really nice, good sugar scrubs. You know what I'm saying?
Sugar scrub. If I went in and asked my wife, I said, "Hey, honey, can you recommend me a good sugar scrub?" She would throw me the fuck out of the house because obviously
that's why you don't ask
really
your wife these things. You ask your friends, your man friends.
Definitely don't ask my wife.
Don't ask your man for. You don't ask anyone. You Googled that shit. That's
you have to Google. Yeah, right. Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm asking a dude.
First of all, you file that. First, you have to file that information away that recommendation away in your brain for about 3 or 4 weeks until finally the issue is persistent enough that then you can Google it.
That's funny as shit.
That is right.
Apparently, the kids don't play in Australia anymore. It says Darwin says kids don't play here anymore. I don't know if they're in the backyard or looking a screen.
Everything. See,
let me read the super chat, Glenn. I'm sorry. $9.99 from Wrongful Rage. I once climbed on top of school so that me and my friends could sword fight with wooden swords and wooden shields. It was epic until the police showed up. Sir, I salute you.
If you didn't get in trouble for dumb shit,
Fuck the police. Fuck them.
If you haven't had the cops come and stop you doing dumb shit at least once in your life,
if you own a BB gun and the police have not know your name,
we used to get in the storm drains and shoot car wheels as they drove by.
We used to shoot each other. We used to go out. We would have a capture the flag wars, like with BB guns.
Yeah, I used to shoot. I shot so many squirrels in my neighborhood. I shot so many squirrels in my neighborhood in high school that they actually called the cops on me.
The neighbors across the backyard, the neighbors behind us were pretty pissed when I got a BB gun because they had big gardens. They were gardeners and they had big bird feeders and shit out. And but we didn't get along with them anyways, so they'd throw the dead birds over on our side of the fence. Yeah, they'd throw them over on our side of the fence. And my dad'd be like, "Ha, you got them."
BB gun wars, just doing all kinds of stupid shit. I had my brother stand under a dartboard one day and I was throwing darts and I actually nailed him like right above his nose.
So actually,
I think I got in trouble for that. I think my mom was really pissed about that one.
So I got this new handheld, like it was a handgun, BB gun, CO2, right?
Mm-hmm. Was it the Crossman that looks like a 357?
No. It looked like a Glock.
I almost bought one of those,
right?
Because I'm allowed to
Beretta, right? It looked like either Glock or Beretta. And I told my brother, I'm like, run. And he's 5 years younger than me. He said, what are you going to do? I'm like, run. And he starts running. And he was my human target. I was like, pow! Like I got him in the back and he just fell down. He's like, he was like 15 yards away, shot him in the back, fell down, rolled down the hill. He was crying. I was like, look, don't tell mom, don't tell mom. I'll let you use the gun. I'll just let you use it one time.
Miss D, when she is sick, she is unstoppable. We got stopped by police for setting off fireworks on New Year's Eve. They laughed and told us to move on to the oval. I don't know what oval it is, but probably like a turnaround. And then she says, I don't know what are we not men said, but Mrs. D said, kick rocks, are we not?
He used to throw rocks, is what he said.
Oh, yeah, we used to throw rocks.
Yeah.
So one of my favorite activities, again, probably I was probably freshman. It's probably a freshman. My favorite activities over the summer was to go over to the university and ride bikes where I knew that we were specifically not supposed to be riding our bikes and doing tricks and shit, and get the campus cops to chase us. And that was like so much fucking fun.
So I used to live in Isla Vista growing up, right? And that's Party City in Santa Barbara. Isla Vista, where the UCSB is. And see, most people had normal traditional trick-or-treats. We didn't have trick-or-treat. We got trick-or-titties. All right, because all these sorority houses and fraternity houses, and we're kids. We were out trick-or-treating. And we're out there trying to get candy. Sometimes we got it was just weird, but cool. And like people were doing like keg stands and everything, and we're like, what the hell? So we tried to do that with fruit juice.
What?
Yeah, we just thought it was cool, like drinking upside down.
California's got to make everything weird.
We tried drinking like juices upside down. It just didn't work. Gravity. We learned a lot about gravity then.
So Flo, what do you think kids, when you were growing up, and you're not a young fellow, do you think that
youngest one here, youngest one here,
that's true. As the young fellow in the group,
damn it, Flo,
do you feel like playing games and socializing and all of that made you like more well adjusted, taught you a lot of lessons that you use later in life and all that?
1000%.
Do you feel like kids today are missing out on that, and it's a key missing piece that they need?
I think that
because you're a father.
I don't think all of them are actually. I think our kids are pretty sociable and pretty well adjusted. They're also all social, and we're kind of a hangout house. But I think that generally, but like I can watch the neighbor kid, right? That kid doesn't seem to be doing shit. He lets the dogs out sometimes and they poop in my yard. And I'm starting to get real pissed about it.
That's when you know Flo's getting old.
So,
who the fuck is on my yard?
I don't care if I bought a trampoline and put it in the front yard because I'm white trash, one, but also so that the kids in the neighborhood could play with it. Right? Like,
go find the paper lunch bags, scoop it, set it on fire in the guy's porch.
Put it at the door and set it on fire.
So I've already chased off one neighbors with dogs over their dog, like all the way gone. So I'm already like kind of that guy on the block.
Well, it's like the only dog that's gonna be shitting around here is mine.
Wait till you go to.
I'm the only one that shits in my front yard.
Like it gets, you're old when you go to a store, right? Remember when we were kids, like you go to Walmart and everything with your buddies, and you just grab a ball and you start throwing it down the hallway or the aisle and stuff like that, right? Wait till you're in the store as a grown man and you see some kids doing that. You're like, knock that shit off. This is like a park. Like I did that. I have done that. These kids almost like knocked this old lady down. I was like, hey, knock that shit off. This is like a fucking playground to you.
Well, now that was maybe that's part of the. I knew the line between just having fun and where I was going to get my ass beat. I knew exactly where that line, like knocking down old women. No. That my ass would have been so red you could see a shit from outer space. So I'm just telling you, I would have got an ass whipping. I'm just telling you right now.
I think I got the most in trouble when I did play Ding Dong Ditch at 11:30 at night.
Yeah,
and we got busted. Yeah, my
mom waited tables a lot when she was younger, and obviously, for a short time she was a single mom with me, and she waited tables for years actually. And if I still to this day I feel like if I short a tip, my mom's gonna whoop my ass. Right?
Oh God, yeah. My ex-wife was like that. Well, she was a bartender and a hostess, and she was stupid with the tips. Oh, you have to tip 20% minimum no matter what. But
yeah, my mom was do that. My mom's like, I understand if you have bad service, leaving the penny under a wet napkin, under a water glass. She gets that if you got bad service or whatever. But she said, hey man, if the service is good and you don't leave a tip just because you want to be a dick, that's bad. And I still to this day think that my mom's going to show up and just beat my ass because
you know what I used to do?
I agree with your mom's approach though. Like my ex-wife wouldn't even let me leave no tip for shit service.
Yeah.
I write a note. Tip number 1.
I hate you vicariously.
People off.
Like I would like tip number 1. Make sure my food comes out warm. Tip
number 2. I like it.
Seriously, I've done that.
You're such a Karen.
Anymore, but
you've even got like the Karen volleyball practice headband going on.
Yeah, just for volleyball.
Yeah,
volleyball season's coming up.
Would you ever all night? You can let it tell.
Would you guys send food back to the kitchen if it came out wrong?
No. I just pick the things out of it that I don't like.
So if my food comes out wrong, I will tell the waitress, and I let them decide what's going to happen. Right? Like if if they want to replace it, great. If they're like, well, and I've had this happen where they're like, well, we're really busy. It's going to take a while. If you want to, I'll take it back, but I don't want you to get cold food again. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Fuck it. My life.
One time I ordered something and they got it wrong. Right? Entire thing wrong. I ordered a hamburger. They brought me out the filet mignon. I didn't say shit. I just ate that shit. And then I only got charged for the hamburger. So somebody got fucked and had to eat a hamburger and they got charged for the filet.
Do you think all of the lessons that you learned back in the day when you were a young fellow, associating with young women, associating with other dudes that were both younger and older than you, because obviously, you were most of the families around me, at least, would have a variety of ages of kids. So do you think that made you more socially aware, better adjusted, and understand, and has helped you out in the world as you know it?
Yes, and specifically, I think that the more risky or the situations that parents would try to keep their kids out of, I think, is where you learn the most, right? And so I think that the overprotective sort of hovering parents is really more of an issue than kids not, because kids go to school, right? But
it's sad because the parents would try to keep their kids away from things, shelter their kids from being exposed to certain things, and I get that. There's certain things that you don't want your kids to be exposed to. Totally understand, but when you almost shelter them from the world, then they don't have ability to slowly learn, by baby steps about different people and different cultures and stuff like that. I grew up in a very multicultural, community. And I knew about, Muslims and gays and all these different, groups of people well before I was in high school. So it really
how'd you learn about the gays?
Well, because I had gay neighbors,
They
but
babysit you.
At first, when I first saw them, I was like, "What the hell is this?"
What's up with Adam and Steve?
I was told oh, they're just roommates, like two friends, just like roommates. I'm like, oh, okay, and then I'm like, oh, those roommates are really close, but it wasn't shocking later on when I found out. And because you're exposed to all different types of cultures, you have like a understanding, but you don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not so like those people are weird,
Jarring, right?
Yeah. And I think to that extent, that was helpful. I didn't have this narrow-minded worldview. I was able to understand or relate or navigate these different people from different walks of life a lot easier than just being like in my own community type of thing,
So that's I lived all right, I lived a very large part for a good portion of my life. I lived in a poor neighborhood, which meant that I had Mexicans over here, blacks over here, and white trash over here. And I was kind of like on that edge, right?
Mexicans are the shit. I miss living in a Mexican neighborhood.
Yo, the corn.
They can party down.
Yeah.
Did you guys have like the guy pushing the shopping cart with the corn?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No, we didn't have any of
Flo knows what I'm talking about.
Dia de Muerto. The day where they paint the face, like that shit was dope.
Yeah.
Day of the Dead.
They did that in a different neighborhood because there weren't really. There was only like probably 3 or 4 families, which that's big families. But
you were deprived of a solid Mexican neighborhood experience, Grid.
Yeah.
It's not too late for you.
If you have never had corn on a stick from a guy pushing a shopping cart, you haven't lived yet.
But so I lived in that neighborhood. I remember I had this woman who was, I didn't understand drug use at the time because I was pretty young. But I had this woman who freaked out and threatened to shoot me. I was like 12, 13. And she freaked out about something that happened between her kids and me. And maybe it was more that we were kind of the neighborhood kids were kind of messing around this tool shed in the backyard there, and I don't know what she had in there, but apparently, she was. I think she's probably high, but
she wanted you out of there. There was something in there.
There was something. Just don't come. Just in the middle of the street, man. Of course, we could do things in the middle of the street back then. We had a whole different idea of traffic. Nobody drove through as Glenn was saying earlier. Nobody drove through neighborhoods at the speed limit because there were too many kids on bikes, kids walking around playing. You had to always watch for that football coming out from anywhere.
You ever do that cocky thing where like you just sort of will ride your bike real slow and make the cars wait for you because you can?
No, I lived in the South, man. Somebody would have eventually pulled over and whooped my ass, and then made me be like, and then tell me, "Where's your daddy?" I'm going to tell your daddy what you were doing, and I'm going to be like, "No, you're not." Because my dad whooped my ass harder. Like I don't want to have any of that. But are we talking about the dino days? Yes, back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. The Flintstone mobile was the latest model.
Listening to Beastie Boys on a Discman.
Oh shit, man!
Trying to figure out how to play.
I had
basketball.
a Walkman. I had a cassette player, not a Discman. I didn't.
Well, I had one of those your own mixtapes. Do you guys remember making your own mixtapes off the radio?
Oh yeah, I did.
With the cassette, you sit there and hit record real quick. Pop! Oh, my song's on.
My song's on the radio. I got both sides of a cassette tape entirely filled up with "Got the Life" by Korn, all 160 minutes.
Let's see if you guys will be honest. How many of you ever made a mixtape for a chick?
For a chick?
I don't remember if I did.
I don't know
Not
that I
gonna
ever
lie.
gave a chick a
I made
mixtape,
like
but
2 or
I
3.
definitely made a tape that reminded me of this chick, for sure.
That's
I
a
don't think I
great
ever
way
gave
of
it to
saying
one.
yes. I made the mixtape for a chick. I may have not given it to her, but I definitely made it for
I
her.
I think that I'm the wrong. I think I'm a little. No, I did make one. I barely am old enough to have made mixtapes for girls.
Yeah.
I did 1 or 2. Okay, now yeah, it's coming back to me now. I made a few.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I mean, it's just when we think back at this shit, like the shit that
It's-
we did, and even when it comes to like interacting with opposite sex, we used to play in groups. It wasn't just all boys and all girls. Like, there was some girls in the neighborhood that would hang out and play with us, and I think that also made it easier to socialize with women as we got older, because we weren't segregated so much, and there wasn't something that you had to worry about. It wasn't like weird to see a bunch of girls hanging out with a couple boys playing in the front yard. It was just normal.
Yeah.
And
then
that's true.
girls would fuck you or try to fuck you up with those 3-way phone calls. Like we didn't know that when a girl asks about,
right?
what do you think about so and so? It's like, I think that she's listening.
Flo started his conspiracy theorism early in life.
I was always right.
I gotta read this super chat. Another $9.99 comes in from Wrongful Rage. Being in El Barrio is pretty dope. The food, the laughter, the dancing women, very welcoming as long as you brought some beers.
You got to bring some of that cerveza.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. It's just like, I just don't think. I think one of the reasons our kids lack social skill, or modern children, teenagers lack social skills, goes back to that we're just not allowing them to play the games like we used to play, and be really socialized, right? Like, everybody wants to send their kid off to soccer camp where there's a coach there and they're kicking stuff, and then that's it. And then you pick them up and then they go home. I played like T-ball or some shit. It was like the only team sport I played when I was younger, of any worth mentioning. My parents would drop me off and I would stay there the entire day. Like, there was no like 30 minutes for practice and then get in the car and leave. It was, okay, you're going to go practice and then you're going to play a game and then you're going to play with, these kids for a while. And then eventually we're going to come back and get you. We got shit to do. Like, we don't have time for this nonsense. And that was, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Till I went to military. When I went to military school, obviously a lot of that dropped off, and it was more, teenagers doing teenager game kind of shit. But
like hide the dick.
Well,
steal beer.
Well,
we did a lot of stealing the beer, but what is this hide the dick shit you talk about? That sounds pretty gay.
In your girlfriend's butt.
Oh.
Well, not necessarily your girlfriend, Glenn. Just anyone's girlfriend.
Someone's girlfriend's butt. Got
it.
Someone's girlfriend getting it tonight in the back of the movie theater.
Okay,
watching
do you remember that?
Saving
Movie
Silverman for the 20th time? Huh?
Who remembers skating rings?
And
yeah,
I worked
movie
at the
theaters for dates.
I worked at both of those places.
Yeah,
we still go to the skating rink and roller skate probably like once a quarter or so.
So they shut down our skating rink.
The guy I used to work for still runs the skating rink.
See, guess who won red light, green light the last time I was at the skating rink?
Damn you.
I still got it.
I still got it.
You guys remember remember they used to have like those all night skates?
Yeah.
Like,
remember all night like lock-ins at the church, or all night, whatever, just all of these things. And it was just absolutely that, you were, whether you wanted to socialize or not was not the question. You were going to socialize. Now there are parents paying for kids to learn how to socialize. I'm like, what you need to do, folks, is bring back church lock-ins, all night skates, 1 a.m. movies.
Oh man. So they still do the late night movies right? But they're only for like specific, popular movies. Like I remember I took my son to go watch like the premiere or the late night premiere of like Marvels. Like I think it was like the Avengers. And nobody was in there. Like I was like, there's like 3 people here. Like what the hell? Like at 11 o'clock or midnight when these movies used to drop when we were kids, like the whole place would be packed.
Do you remember? So do you remember like Friday night was usually like your parents would take you out for like a hamburger or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then they would drop you at the movie theater with enough money to watch the 7 o'clock and the 9 o'clock show and have popcorn and you could get the large soda that had the free refills.
Yep.
And
that extra 50 cents was so worth it.
Right. and they didn't want to see you again until midnight. That was because your parents are going home being parents, right? They were doing mom and dad stuff, and if you got really lucky, after that second movie, you would have like a midnight showing of some new movie, and then at least at some of the theaters in Nashville, you'd have Rocky Horror Picture Show. So you could legit. As a 13 or 14-year-old, be up until 1 or 2 in the morning easily on Friday night, and then Saturday you just slept all day, and your parents loved the shit out of that, right?
Do you guys remember
all your friends? Your entire class would be there. Literally everybody you knew in school. People. We didn't need to interact so much in school because we knew we were going to see it. For literally everything you said Friday during school was, "Hey, you can be at the movies tonight." Are you gonna be at the skating rink? I gotta know.
The drive-in?
Yeah, we still have drive-ins in here.
We don't have drive-ins. They turn into swap meets out here now.
Yeah,
horrible.
We got 1 or 2.
They ruined them. I remember when I first
California ruins everything.
I remember when I first had my car, go to the drive-in, and the rule is if you see a car rocking, don't come and knock.
Knocking. Yeah, I know.
But I would just see all these. And there was the people that were doing it. They were parked in the back. They weren't even like parked where they could get a good view. I'm parking in the front. I want to be able to watch the movie.
Yeah,
because you got to watch 2 of them for the price of 1. Like it was like
who can watch 2? I could never watch 2 movies in a row.
If there were 2 good movies,
I can't even watch 1 now.
Same here, but that's because now that I work in the industry, I don't like them so much because I lose the mystery, like the magic of how to make a movie. Like, it's gone.
Yeah, I just think that again, the games and the socialization that previous generations have had are why those generations seem so much more well-adjusted or socially whatever. And when you have those people like me and Glenn and those that we all look at this new generation or these newer generations like, what's wrong with you? And it's that absolutely the socialization, the games that you play have gone away. And then another part of this is I was watching this special the other night on some YouTube channel where these guys are these kids in China are playing a video game now. It's not a video game. They attach a phone or like some kind of, I'm sure it's like an iPad, mini iPad or some shit, to this toy that looks like a rifle or rifle-ish, and they run around the malls in town and all through the streets, like shooting. Basically, it's a live action video game where you're just running around. It's like Pokemon but cool. And you're shooting at other people, right? So when and your phone knows when you've been hit, and it shows you where where some of your targets are. It's a really cool technology, and I'm like, man, I would have loved to have had that when I was a kid because I loved playing all versions of Cowboys and Indians, Army Men. I loved all of that. So it is like Pokemon laser tag. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And I just can't. I mean, I look at we look at other countries' kids doing shit like that. Now we can't even get my. I can't. I mean, I can get my kids to go outdoors, but a lot of people legit can't get their kids to go outside. It's crazy.
I think that I suspect that a lot more kids would go outside if you didn't have the perfect paradigm of technology inside as well as overprotective parents outside. I think that I assume that the parents' overprotection is something that's, just makes outside not worth it.
This is a good point too. Nayaka says, this Michelle says, social consequences back before the internet were far different. Try ghosting someone who you have to see every day in various ways, like shopping, or at school, or at work, or walking down the fucking sidewalk. You couldn't get away from people. You're like, oh, there's Bob. You hadn't called me, Bob. What's up? Are we not friends anymore, Bob?
Yeah. Well, there's no way to be really passive aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Like you actually had to confront people.
Yeah.
Like you couldn't just hide
and you had to take being confronted, right? Like if I said something about Glenn in third period, by fifth period, he's already like
at lunch. I already heard about it, and I'm talking.
Where's that motherfucker?
I feel like this conversation is aging me at like a 2 times speed, 2 times normal speed.
Yeah, well, we're trying to help you catch up in years with us.
I see that.
I don't have it's not aging you, it's just removing layers of denial in your brain.
I love those. That's my protective denial layers. What are you doing to me? I need those.
You're not 18, Flo. I know you want to act like you're 18. Flo's like, bullshit. I know I'm not 18. I'm 21, motherfucker.
I'm pissed off.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, you have more gray in your beard than I do. And Glenn, of course, does.
Well, you don't have a beard.
You can't grow a beard.
I shaved that shit off though, because it comes.
Glenn has been smooth baby face since birth.
Oh shit, we got the real old man coming in hot. He's cleared hot. There he is.
Oh man,
that.
You just
I was going to mention his comment. I was going to mention Clover Tech's comment of drive-in porn theaters. What the fuck is that?
Right.
Drive it. Yeah. You know what? The first time I went into an adult superstore, we went because we thought that they had an actual arcade.
Pooper store.
On I-70, there's those adult superstores dotted across the Midwest, and it says,
oh, they're on all interstate
toys, yeah. Right.
I've seen the billboards, yeah.
It turns out an arcade in this context does not video games.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Right. It's a spank booth. It's a whack booth.
Now it's weird. Now it's weird.
Now the real question is, how long did you stay there?
Well,
overnight.
Long enough to look around, but not real long because it was late at night, and so the employee there was really fucking creepy. And we were like, "Hey, where's the arcade?"
Creepy guy.
That was a requirement.
We're like, "Hey, where's the arcade?" He's like, "Back there." Like, wait, where's the games? He's like, "Nah." But then he kept following us around, trying to give us his employee discount on anything we wanted, and saying these penis-shaped macaroni and cheese are actually really good. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Nope.
Oh man.
Okay.
So it's been a while, but there's two dirty stores close to me, and the last time, which has been quite a number of years ago, that we went in either one, it was actually fairly hot chicks working the counter. It was a little unsettling. I'd rather it be, I think, a creepy dude.
I've never seen a hot chick at anything like that. Like seeing people walking out of them, old, overweight, just.
Well, we're talking people. Hot, as in like makeup hot and whatever. But yeah, I mean, if she stripped all the industrial grade contaminants off of her, then that'd be a different story. I don't know. And she was behind the counter, to be fair. So like, who knows?
I bet
from,
that
like,
the threshold for
down,
what
I don't know.
constitutes a hot chick drops the longer you're in like a prawn store.
Probably. And it depends on the area of the country too. Let's be honest.
But yeah, it's always I don't think I've ever seen any hot girl in any of those unless I brought her. Or there's one above a strip club near here. I guess that's different because there's strippers.
All right, and it's still weird. It's okay.
Is it still weird?
Still
I can tell you
weird.
about the first time, like if we're doing throwback shit, I got a fake ID at 15. Do you know how happy 15-year-old Taylor was in a strip club?
Depends on if when they said your name, they felt like you were male or female.
It doesn't matter to me what they feel like,
So
as long as they're warm.
To switch gears away from the absolute degeneracy grid,
Yeah.
You were talking about that Chinese game. There's a thing called virtual shot, and I have it.
Yeah,
and it's pretty fucking cool.
It's
Like
pretty rad. It's pretty rad.
You put your phone in it, you bolt it to your rifle or you could handgun. I mean, you got to have some type of a pick rail, obviously, to attach it. And you basically view the world through your phone, and you're able to set up zombie scenarios. You can set up ranges with it. It's pretty sweet.
Don't these young people already see the world through their phone?
So I want to throw this out there just in case Flow State needs something for a Secret Santa. This is from SKD Tactical. They make great shit. But you can in fact send someone a bag of dicks.
I never thought I'd say this, but can I see the dicks? Is there a picture of the dicks?
Whoa. Okay.
You're welcome for the clip, whoever just got that.
I was not expecting that one at all.
Well, they would have to be edible if you expect somebody to eat them, right?
Are they edible? I don't know what you do with a bag of dicks. I thought you'd like.
There they are.
I thought the saying was eat a bag of dicks.
There you go. They did include a picture of said dicks.
Okay. That's an expensive bag of dicks.
Speaking of that, have you seen the?
I believe it actually reads "bag of dicks" on the bag.
Have you seen the YouTube short? I don't know if it's YouTube short or TikTok or what, where it's Christmas and they give Grandpa, decrepitly old, a really bright, kind of translucent red rubber dildo, and he thinks it's a gummy worm, and he's like trying to eat it, and he's like, "Oh, this tastes awful. What is this?" Have you seen that? It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, well, anyone in the audience, if you ever need to send that special someone in your life, like a former employer or maybe the U.S. government, a bag of dicks, now you know where to get it.
That's a $50 bag of dicks. I bet I can get you a bag of dicks for $30 if you really want one.
Right? Can I just get the dime bag? I just want the dime bag.
Right.
I actually really like SKD Tactical sells a lot of the shit that I really actually
Here's the
do
Temu
like.
dicks.
The Temu dicks. The Chinese dicks. They're smaller, but hey.
Oh, ow. Ow.
Nice burns.
Why do you gotta go putting it racial on my show, man? What's up?
I didn't say anything about race. What are you talking about?
Well, Asian. Isn't that national?
I said that's a national.
You interpreted that out of it, Grid. Right. Why did you have to do that?
Yeah, who's racist now?
You never know.
I thought you were better than that, Grid.
Why would you think that I'm better than? Well, the word's better than.
Good point. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the augmented reality shoot 'em up game. Can I use that game to take aim at other folk?
What are we talking about?
I've never tried, but I would say probably not, because it takes more like static scenery, and then it adds in the other elements like the attackers and like all of that is virtually added in. So I would say probably no. I've never tried it. Maybe I need to do that one day.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, yeah, all right. Okay. Yeah, all right.
That's really cool if you've got something like the Cool Fire Trainer, or if you've got something like the Blackbeard from Mantis. You got something that will not only has the laser marker capability, but then also has actuates the action. You add that to it, and it's so much fun.
I'm so out of the loop on this shit.
Because you basically just build your own video game, essentially, with it.
Oh, I thought we were talking about actual pew-pews.
Well, you can't. You use this on. It's a trainer, so you do you essentially use it on a real one, but you're not. You're dry firing with it.
Okay. Yeah. So let me see. Can do this. I don't know. All right, here we go. This is the game. Of course, no volume.
That's a PS90 or a P90 that kid's got, isn't it?
I know.
Looks like it.
Yes, it is. Hope that phone holder is good. It's gonna crack your phone next first time you jump over something.
Turn a corner and catch it on the door frame. Running EOTechs on P90s, it looks like.
Right?
That's sick.
That's a hell of a video game. Each kid's equipped with $5,000 worth of gear.
Right.
Yeah, just something to do at the mall on the weekends.
There's just randomly people. If you did that here, people would freak the fuck out. And
I know, right?
Like the bystanders are just randomly walking around, like
silly kids. What are you doing? So
once upon a time, it was like that here. That's the thing.
Well, that's what we were talking about, Clover.
China's not ahead of the curve. They're actually behind, and we've regressed. But
yeah, I can go with that. That's what we were talking about.
Or wherever that was. Was that China or?
That's China.
Yeah.
I think it's in. I think that's like Shenzhen, maybe.
Right.
So, I don't know.
That's probably where they're making all the shit.
Every place in China sounds the same to me.
That's okay. Imagine trying to. So, a couple of years ago, there were kids that were trying to sneak. So, Corrupt Admin says, imagine them trying to sneak that game into school. There were there were a couple of kids years ago locally that had the gel ball splat guns that don't even actually look like guns. That got in trouble for bringing those to school for some reason. And my son had this video game on his phone that was basically kind of like it was a video game that allowed you to tune and modify just kind of stick pieces of guns together, whatever. So you could like have an HK shorty. You could have
the Fram oil filter.
Yeah, and no, but more like like here's your basic micro Uzi, and you can up the cyclic rate of fire. But obviously
this is where we put the drill press.
Right, right, and so my son's playing this game, and he got turned in. So these two girls turned him in for that, and said that he was pointing it at people like it was a gun. And I'm like, it's a phone. So.
I heard that most chicks are not fans of the micro Uzi. So just pro tip for everybody out there.
Pro tip, micro
of the
Uzi.
micro Uzis, huh?
Yeah, chicks are not a fan.
It's their handgun, though.
They like those. What is it? SCCYs with the Tiffany colors.
It's just because of the colors.
Mm-hmm.
That's the skies suck, but I will give it to Sky is they got the marketing down with 8 billion different fucking colors.
I actually had I was at the gun shop one day, and I had this woman come in, and she legit wanted a Tiffany blue Glock.
Oh yeah, I know somebody who had one of those, and I know somebody else who wanted one of those. That Tiffany blue shit is hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just standing there listening to the salesman be like really, really, really confused.
You know, the sad thing about the Sky is that before the Sky was the Sky, it was the Honor Guard, and it was a pretty decent fucking pistol. So,
but not now.
How are oh shit, what was it? Fuck, never mind. I'll have to think about what.
We've confused everyone.
No, right. there's a type of it's not necessarily, it's not like a dagger. It's not a clone of a Glock, but it's a Glock-ish. And it is pretty cheap, and it was new a few years ago.
Wow, there's so many.
Smith & Wesson SVU.
I know it. Nah, that's what I mean. Like, I'll just have to think about it on my own, because like we're not gonna get a guessing game the way there.
Nope.
Stoger.
Oh yeah, the Stogers they're solid.
Are they still nice?
Yeah. For the money, yeah. It's hard to go wrong with that one.
All right, Glenn, are you still with us, Glenn?
Sorry, I was on the phone. On the phone.
How are you, sir? You back? We there?
Real quick. On the phone.
All right, he's on the phone. All right, we can't
probably looking at his phone, wanking off.
That's
well, he's in California.
Just to your mom, Flo. Just to your mom.
He's in California, so
why
we know
tell
he's
her
not
to
playing
call
the
me?
gun game.
Yeah. I was gonna say something. I forgot what it was. I was. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. Whatever. So, Flo, how's it been going, man? I haven't been able to catch any of your shows because I've been going to bed early.
Man, I've been starting later, so it's fine.
Yeah, you've been pulling a Glenn, like start at like fucking.
I know. I don't like it. I need to move back earlier.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a night person, but that's too night.
Okay, too close to morning.
The weird things start coming out at like 3 or 4 in the morning. And by things, I mean people.
Hey, what do you think about this? About that movement? What are the fuck? Now I can't think of it. Where all the women are going to quit, like having sex and stuff. What do they call it?
None of them quit having sex with me.
The B4
now
movement.
You're done.
Before, yeah.
I'm back. I just finished up. Yeah, the B4 movement.
Yeah, I think it's every bit as big of a flop as I expected it to be, and I have not stopped having sex once because of it.
Yeah,
Mr. Boulay. No, I was ordering more tactical soap. Remember, this is the tactical. You do the tactical soap things. Not the
$5 comes in from Mr. Boulay in the Department of Numismatics. Don't bother, Glenn. He's ordering a bag of dicks. Yeah. Okay. That's funny.
Tactical soap, Mr. Boulay.
Tactical soap, shaped like dicks. So,
ribbed for her pleasure.
I took advantage of the Black Friday sale for tactical soap, so I'm good for a while.
That's when they come out with the extra large bag of dicks.
No, tactical soap, not a bag of dicks. I do have a patch that's a bag of dicks that come from, I don't know, some event. I don't remember where. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I've been trying to really stick to my schedule lately, but I did the other night. Glenn was on weirdly at the same time I was, so I just basically restreamed his show until I was done. I'm like, yeah, I'm out of here, and I caused a lot of problems over on Glenn's show.
You normally do,
and
yeah,
I triggered Angry Casper.
Oh yes, man.
So hard, bro. Like I thought he was going to rage quit like 4 times. and then he would bring himself back from the brink. So,
well, he is angry.
I'm proud
Casper.
of you. You're doing well. Triggering the women haters. I've moved on to the black panels. I'm now like the great white simp or something.
So you don't just simp for women, you're simping for like different races now too?
Oh,
cool.
I've always simped for all races. Yes.
That's cool.
Made by Jim Bob is in the house. Made by Jim Bob, if you would like to come up and be a part of the show, that would be swell. Just reach out to Mr. Boulay, and he'll set you up with that link. He's got it. We'll just you can come up and tell us how wrong we are about everything, or how right we are about everything. Either way, I win. So
I mean, I could do that.
Yeah, sure.
Actually, you're getting less wrong about things the longer I know you, and
that's how that happens.
Yeah. Or I'm getting more wrong, and I just haven't noticed it yet, which would be fun.
Well, it's just everybody keeps, once to know me is to agree with me. So,
it's like when you get in a relationship with a chick, you're much more likely to adopt each other's bad habits than to drop yours. We're probably all just making each other dumber.
Okay. All right. Anyway, moving on. Yeah. So why was Glenn? Why was Angry Casper so triggered the other night? Is it because I don't condemn women instantly upon meeting them?
No. So I could if you need a transition of what he was saying, he was mad.
Translation, not a transition.
Whatever. You could transition to him too.
He's transitioned into something, that's for sure.
What he was mad about is that you were cutting him off and talking over him.
I would literally wait.
Hey, I'm just saying what he was saying. Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot me.
Oh,
you're responsible for the answer to the question.
Well, I answered it. Well, in all fairness, like Casper is very polite. He lets everybody, or he tries to, because then he starts interjecting and he'll talk over me. Like, can I say something real quick? But he tries to get in there because people just will talk over each other, and so he'll sit there and be quiet, and he'll just go off in the chat, in the private chat. Usually, like that's where he's normally talking, because he doesn't think he could get a word in, and so that's what he was mad about. Like he thought like you were just intentionally over talking him because you think maybe you think less of him because he's a black pillared MGTOW guy.
It was.
Well,
oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just about to be antagonistic, and I changed my mind.
Okay. It was so weird though, because like I would wait for him to answer, and as soon as I started talking, he'd start talking.
So I know that he has a delay.
I told him that. I was like, "Hey, I think there's a delay." Like I don't know.
You know what? I bet Grid was just gaslighting him. I bet you intentionally were running into each other so that you'd frustrate him and then say he has a delay. And
no, I know Casper like really has a delay because he's he'll say that like I think there's a delay, and like I think it's like a maybe 5 or 10 second delay between streams. Because he always he'll start talking and you would already be talking, but there was a pause before that.
Both things can still be true. He could have a delay, and Grid get his jolly sadistically by terrorizing.
But see, Grid is not that sadistic.
I would literally wait for him to answer, man. I would literally be like,
"All right, BTK,
just sit there and be quiet," and then he would just. I think he was that actually corrupt admin says that he was getting triggered over Jake Varr, but he was already triggered by something I said, which I didn't think. I basically just said that that men and women cannot keep demanding accountability of everybody else when most of these people are not taking accountability towards themselves. They do not hold themselves personally responsible or to a high level. A lot of times they think they do, but they don't. So it's just that I felt like I was being pretty fair. I wasn't hating anyone.
I thought you were just pretty much saying what I was saying, agreeing with what I was saying, Because I was saying the
I was
biggest
taking it
problem.
I was taking it a skosh further.
Like, I think the biggest problem in all this is the lack of personal responsibility or personal accountability.
Yeah.
Right. You know, we could say all the shit about women, but there's enough shit about men that the men have to deal with that men are not dealing with. If we're just focusing on look them over there and not looking at the man in the mirror, then nobody's leveling up. Nobody's getting better. It's just a point and blame and sputter.
Yeah, but Glenn, I was only really pointing out that when we start having these conversations about how, you know, women, we need to hold women accountable. We need to hold other men accountable. A lot of times the men that are saying that, not, you know, present company excluded generally, but a lot of times the men that are saying that are the very, very men who are not taking accountability for their actions.
Well, yeah.
And they just like, it's all outward facing. None of it's inward facing. And so that's what I was really trying to harp on the other night, because I had actually just heard somebody talking about it earlier that day. I'm trying to think of who it was, and it was basically like, we need to hold all women accountable for being the Snipes screen. That's funny.
Oh,
that's funny.
I forgot of that. That was sharing. Yeah, that's a concrete vagina.
Yeah.
What Flo does on his free time.
I don't work in concrete anymore, but I still have it, and I still have sex with it occasionally.
That must be really tough.
It's like sandpaper, only worse.
Only harder.
It's not lubed for her pleasure, apparently.
Yeah. But Glenn, come on. I mean, we both know this, and you know, Jake, as much as I love Jake does this all the time. He will constantly say that people need to hold themselves accountable, and women especially need to, you know, hold themselves accountable for their body count and all this kind of stuff. And we need to hold them accountable, but it's very rare that he seems to internalize. And I think he does. I don't think Jake's a bad guy. I just think that he's just kind of too outwardly focused, which is what I said, right? I basically said that
the only way you could like hold somebody accountable is by not interacting with them and like not allowing them in your life.
Yeah, I mean,
that's it. That's the only way you could hold an individual accountable is by not allowing them in your life.
And I don't know why that would trigger Angry Casper.
Well, I don't know if that per se. I think it was the talking point where you said something along the lines like, red pills, it's not real or it's not true. They're talking something about their talking points was not real.
You got to be sensitive when insulting his religion.
When I popped in, it was the Alpha Widow conversations.
Right? Oh yeah. That's what it was. You're saying like Alpha
that was
Widow,
that was the last thing that triggered him. I think he was triggered in the chat to start out with.
I wasn't paying attention too much.
Oh, he was so triggered. He was so triggered in the chat. That's why he came up. And I told him to. Matter of fact, I told him to come up if he was that triggered to just come on up and we talk about it. And
he's been on a tear the last few days, though. He came up on my panel, went at Imperious.
Oh, I heard about that. I heard he bodied Imperious on your show or something like that.
I was actually pretty impressed with how he handled it. Like I didn't think he was going to win going into that, and he knew how to manage Imperious. It was great.
Cleaner 409, I think it was the frog guy. I'm sorry I interrupted you, Flow State. Apologize, man.
No problem.
Yeah. But yeah, no. I don't know why, because I wasn't interrupting really anybody that night. That I didn't think I was really talking over anyone, except for the polygyny guy. Like I was being really rude to the polygyny guy because he was absolutely lying through his fucking teeth.
What polygyny guy?
What was his name?
Paul.
Are you talking about Justin?
Could have been Justin.
Like Coach Justin or Mr. Justin or whatever his name.
Yeah, whatever. he was talking about.
He wasn't talking about. He wasn't polygynist. He wasn't promoting polygyny.
Yeah, it was. The guy that was on your panel that was promoting polygyny, who was you and I both called him on, that he says that normal men can't even get a woman, and then it comes out that he has 3 women that he's not married to, and all this.
Oh yeah, the guy that just Douglas,
my boy Doug, who was saying that it was biblical, and then he started lying about what the Bible says about it, and all of that. And you called him on a couple of things, and I called him on a couple of things. And for whatever reason, my interaction with Doug is what really, I feel like, set Casper off in the chat. And he's like, you keep talking over people. And you know what? I probably was talking over Doug because Doug was an idiot.
Well, Doug needs to sack up and talk over you back.
Right.
Wait, you have to admit that God was pretty chill with having multiple wives
to start out with. Yeah, for sure.
Well,
yeah, I like engaging and hosting that conversation because it's just a fascinating argument hearing these guys go about it. Because if you look at it from face value, you have to ask the question, well, why in the Old Testament was this allowed and not in the New Testament? What changed since this time to this time?
Everything. God entirely changed his mind about everything that had happened.
So it's the question and people's arguments is just fascinating to me. My question is like, why would you want to complicate your life more? Most guys have a hard time keeping one woman, and managing one woman's emotion and one woman's, fucking craziness. Why would you want 2, 3? It's just
that's when I told Flow State that the Chinese symbol for trouble is 2 women under the same roof.
Under the same roof would be definitely an issue. I can conceptualize a paradigm though in which they are actually all better behaved because they're all trying to compete with each other on that metric or in that way instead of by escalating craziness.
Yeah, I'm like, why would you want to why would you want to complicate your life more than necessary?
I mean, we do that with kids and wives in the first place. But simple isn't the goal.
Well, no, it's not simple, but it's like we tend to complicate our lives more than necessary. Like the girl that it's not really into you, but then you're pining after her. Like you're going above and beyond to try to appeal to her. Right? Why complicating your life?
Like Mrs. D, how I'm simping for Mrs. D now.
Well, I mean, you've been simping for Mrs. D ever since she.
Oh yeah, since she made me pour water on myself.
That's right. That's when we already knew. It's like, ooh, man, Flo simping hard.
Tough.
She got him right where she wants him.
Mm-hmm.
She's giving him orders. And
this is the old reverse. This is the old Venus flytrap simp.
So, but isn't it just? I mean, when we get into it, even if it isn't a matter of biblical law or whatever, and you want to, and we go back to, well, why would you want to bring that much trouble into your life? If one woman is trouble, what does 2 do for you, right? Or 3?
Well, it's complicated. Why would you want to complicate it more than necessary?
Oh, I complicate the shit out of lots of things in my life. That's not a good.
Here.
Yeah, it's not your first rodeo.
But now that you're older, you're not.
I'll try anything twice. I got to make all my mistakes several times.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
good luck with that.
Fair.
Yeah, it's been rough. I'm tired, man.
Well, it's like I'm not going to recommend it. It's just what I do. No, I get you, but I mean, to try and justify it with the Bible and talk about how the Old Testament, basically they always retreat to the Old Testament, and then they ignore the New Testament, and they'll always make shit up in the New Testament, which Glenn called him right out on. It's almost like Glenn had that marked.
No, I've memorized it.
You memorized it. Comes up enough that you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've had this conversation because I mean, the one person that I talked to that I thought he had a very interesting perspective on this topic in general was Jacob Fowler. He's a
Yeah, I
former
remember
pastor. I thought the conversation with him was interesting by the way that he said like you don't have to practice it, you don't have to condone it, but you need to understand the role or the way that polygyny practiced in the Bible it intertwines with patriarchy, and how like to understand patriarchy, to see if you're really in a patriarchy, like that's like a real big test, because back then it was like, you know, if you were the patriarch, you could go acquire multiple wives. Now try to do something like that today with your, you know, marriage. Are you really the patriarch of your home? You know, or, you know, could you really go and say, hey, you know what? I'm bringing this person on as another wife, blah, 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 blah. No, you'll get divorced. But he's like, even if you take it back, even something less than that, you could say like, hey, you know what? I got a job offer over here in this state and we're moving. And that would be like, no. So you can, you know, so it's like the question that he was presenting was like, are we really a patriarch? Do we understand what patriarchy really means in today's society? And he was like, he doesn't think we do, because we shun or we don't understand polygyny. Why was it necessary? Why was it practiced? Blah, 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 blah. And I thought that was kind of interesting, because before it was like, you know, man said, hey, we're doing this, or I'm going to marry this person. And that's what it was. There was no, you know.
Well, I mean, I can actually answer part of that. When we were in California, and I said, I'm not going to live in California. I'm going to float between California and Colorado, because I never want to live in California. I never want to have an address or anything. And I told my wife, I'm like, look, I understand you need to be there to do your internships and all of that. It's totally cool, but will not live there. And I was never in California for more than 2 weeks at a time, because I would travel. Well, and of course I was traveling a lot with my job. Once I retired, and they're like, well, you know, she's like, well, are we, you know, what are we going to do? And I said, well, we're going to move back to Tennessee. And I knew at that point that her job, her career, at some point she was going to have to go to New York. And I said, hey, why don't we do this? We'll go ahead. You can take the position in New York. We'll get an apartment up there. We'll commute back and forth as needed. But we're going to live in Tennessee. And that's exactly what we did. And there wasn't even an argument about it.
Yeah, no. And that's great. And that's how you would think it should be. But for some guys, they have to check with their wives. This whole culture of like, check with your wife if this is okay. That's not a patriarchal structure. That is not being. Well, that's not a patriarch. If you have to check with your wife to do something, that's not patriarchal. You should be able to make a decision. It's basically what he's saying is like, that's how it really was back then.
Well, there's a difference between you have to check with your wife and you choose.
I was about to say that very thing. Like,
admit to being simps without saying you're simps. I heard that embedded.
It's an interesting thing, because every time I hear this argument, it's like, I just tell my wife what's going to be done, and that's what's going to be done. Okay, sure. But you have to understand her, you know, what she needs as well, right? So in my case, I knew that my wife's career path, at some point, she was going to have to be in New York. Now, could we have gone to Houston and she could have worked out of the office there, or gone back to Colorado and she worked out of the office there? Absolutely. No problem. However, to me, it was more efficient just to have her just go ahead and get New York out of the way.
Yeah. No,
it sucked for 3 years, right? It sucked, you know, that she would have to fly there for 2 or 3 days to be in the office and then fly back. That sucked. It sucked that I'm here, you know, I was here alone with the kids, and I know that sucked for her, but that's the way it had to be. I think there's a lot of things it's not that I didn't consider her position. It's not like we didn't, she didn't say, hey, these are going to be issues that we need to look at. And it's not like I didn't consider it, but at the end of the day, the only consideration was that there was absolutely no way I was moving to New York, and the best option to accomplish everybody's needs to make everything work was exactly what happened. And so, as a man, you should know that. See, this is the problem that you run into, is this rigid idea of what I say goes. Yes, absolutely. What you say goes. But if you say stupid shit, people aren't going to go along with it because it's stupid shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
But you can also make bad decisions based on lack of information.
Sure.
And sometimes being able to take a decision, hey, I'm going to make this decision, and taking that to your wife, she may bring up things that like you haven't considered because maybe you're oblivious to them, right?
Right.
And you're like, oh, I mean, the vast majority of the time, it probably doesn't fucking make a bit of difference. But there could be those situations that's like, oh shit, I didn't think about that.
And I totally see that and understand that. I'm thinking what is more like this. I must check with her first before I commit to doing this.
I think that's a cop out for a lot of men.
Yeah.
I think it's a fucking cop out.
I think it's a parachute that they fucking use.
I can't. Somebody out there in the side chat said that. He's like, Sport Brand said it. He says. I think he said it. He said something about he only uses that excuse when he's talking with a salesman, so he gets more time to test drive or whatever the fuck. And like, I think that's a funny way to put it, but I think it's a fucking cop out. And I hear it all the time with buying guns, right? Mm-hmm. That, I gotta take my wife, or I gotta do. What that means is you're a fucking poor and you can't afford the money. Shut the fuck up.
Right? Yeah, I don't ask my wife. My wife. So
and say I can't afford it and move on. Don't blame it on your fucking wife.
So that's another thing.
What about the guy that wants to have to check in with his wife if he could, go do something with a fella or something? It's still the same thing. Like the whole principle is like you have to. Your mental point of origin is not, I want to do this, I'm going to do this. What do I want to do? It's, what would she approve? Would she approve of this? And that is the problem, is what you're not the patriarch in that sense. Now you can say, what's going to be best for my family? That's still you being the leader. But if you're going, would she be mad at me? Would she approve of this? Would she like this? Now you put her as the filter of how you make decisions.
Right, but I'm willing for my wife to be mad at me to make the right decision. I will take that heat.
Yeah, but most guys won't. That's what he's saying. Like, we don't even understand what a patriarchy is in this sense. And I get it. I get what he's trying to get at. But
no, I understand it. I just think it's one of those retrograde positions that men take as an escape. It's an out, right? When I was at I'm not going to use them.
Go ahead, tell us more.
No, it's a bad example, but like
the S&M
club. My wife doesn't ask me for permission to buy specific things because we've already had a discussion, and I said, I know you're going to do this, and it's cool. Don't worry about it. On other things, she will 100% come to me and say, hey, I think we need to do this. This is why. This is the upside. This is a potential downside. What do you think? And that's a conversation we can have. My wife never asked me about any of my purchases, guns, cars, airplanes, boats, doesn't matter. Because one, I've proven that I'm not an idiot. And that I'm competent in making this in my decision making. And second, it wouldn't matter one way or the other, because at the end of the day, it's going to be my decision one way or the other.
She doesn't ask you what Chatterbait is and why you keep buying things from it.
The fuck is Chatterbait?
Whoa.
I know what a Chatterbait is.
I don't know what Chatterbait is. Glenn, do you know what it is?
No, I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
It's a
I know what a chatterbait is in fishing. It's a fishing lure. I've got a bunch of those. But
that's what it meant.
Oh, okay. Because
I
it
was like,
sounded
what the
like you were
fuck
trying to
you
go
talking
for some
about?
pornographic stuff.
I was. Yes, I was. Yes.
That's pretty bad if you're. Well, I was thinking that's pretty bad when your wife won't let you buy a fucking chatterbait. Like what? They're not that fuck.
They're $15, man.
That's hilarious.
So,
Oh wow, that's funny. That's funny.
so that's what happens when you live in Flo's demented mind.
Actually,
But, I mean,
Immediately goes to the
this
pornographic.
is my demented audience. I just learned that one of my viewers does chatterbait. Salutes to her.
My wife will actually come to me and say, "Hey, what about this? Like, whatever fishing channel subscription that I have for what's it? What the fuck is that? Like the wild outdoor channel or whatever?" And I'm like, "Oh, I got that to watch these fishing competitions or something." And she's like, "Yeah."
You seem the type that would watch a fucking fishing competition. That is so goddamn boring.
I kind of got into it like 3 years ago. I kind of quit, and I'm not a member anymore. But it was Major League Fishing or Major
golf
League
is still worse, I think.
I can't do golf, man. I can't watch. I actually can't watch. I mean,
I really don't watch sports. I mean, I watch the highlights.
Yeah.
But that's about it. Like I watch the recap of it.
Women's volleyball.
I watch now. Yes, women's volleyball.
Yes.
Women's beach volleyball.
It's the moral way to degen.
Yeah, beach volleyball is degen, but women's volleyball not degen.
Oh, my bad.
Beach
What
volleyball,
about those chicks in the WNBA? Huh?
You mean those dudes? Joanna Man?
What? You're telling me you wouldn't be Little Spoon to some of those babes?
I dated a college basketball, female basketball player, way back in the day. It was not, turn off. Big
yeah, I hooked up with a chick who was taller than me once because I had a friend recommend it who was a short guy. He's like, I love chicks who are taller than me. I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot.
She wasn't taller than me. She was like a couple inches shorter than me. She was from Brazil. She played for Colorado State. This is when I was up in Wyoming. When I lived in Fort Collins. I would commute to Wyoming because I was stationed up there.
Roll through Fort Collins all the time.
Yeah. It was cool, but it was just that not for me. Not a
when I was in college, I dated this girl named Kim, which I dated a lot of girls named Kim, but she was like 6'3".
Oh god,
like 6'4".
You dated it? Damn.
And so it's really funny because I was out one night with her. We were in Nashville. We'd just seen a movie, and we were having just got like pizza or something after that. And my buddy walked in. My buddy Dimitri walks in, and he's Italian. He's like 6'2", 6'3". And actually, so she had been taller because she was taller than he was. And she got up from the table because we're sitting there and we're talking and everything. And then we're like, okay, we got to go. And I get up, and then she gets up, and Dimitri is like looking eye to eye with this chick, or maybe even up a little. He's like, and you can just see the change in his eyes. Go, what? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. She's actually a really cool chick. But yeah.
How tall are you?
Me, I'm like 5'11", bro. Like she was like this.
Damn, I'm impressed. Normally, everybody who's like 5'8" to 5'11 and a half, all say they're 6 foot. So,
nah, man, I'm like right at 5'11", bro.
Nice.
When I'm 60, I'll be like 5'8" for sure. I'll shrink. So maybe.
Nope, I'm right at 6 foot.
Mm-hmm. See, he's in that range that I just said.
Well, shit. I mean, I'm going off of the doctor, and I'm going off of like competing because you have to check your height and weight when you weigh in for competitions to make sure that you're in the right category. So
he's 6 foot in his sandals.
Yeah, my sandals, my flip flops.
And Clover, tell me how short you are so that I can claim victory.
I'm a solid 4'3", man. Solid.
And that's laying down.
Oh, that's width-wise. I'm sorry. You were talking about height. Okay.
Flow states. I'm the youngest one and the tallest one.
And the
biggest.
And like 5'7" ish. So
definitely not the richest.
In that range.
I would strive to be the most emotionally stable one.
I think that Well, I mean, you
great
might
at
be a
your job.
contender. I'm pretty stable. I mean, I'm kind of random, but it's not because I'm out of control of my emotions. It's just because I'm immature and I entertain myself in weird ways.
This is true.
Flo's just like, yeah, this is why. I'm just is why. I already know what you're gonna say, Doc. And let me just go ahead and give you that diagnosis while you're there.
Just own it.
I don't want you rolling around in my
makes,
head too long.
Makes life easier if you just own it.
Right. I've integrated my shadow.
That's awesome. Yeah. All right. It's good, man. It's a good conversation, man. It's great.
I gotta go find some food though.
Do you really?
I do. I haven't eaten anything all day. It's like almost 2:00.
No, bro. You cannot leave yet because I'm supposed to leave right now because I was about to say I got to go to the gym.
Well,
So
you
got to stay at least 10 minutes, Flo. You got to stay another 10 minutes.
You can't leave at the same time, bro. That's
I know. Oh, okay. I will stay another 5 minutes. That's great.
That's funny. That's funny. That's pretty terrible.
He's such an asshole. Does this every single time?
You know, he could put in a little more effort at it. To be honest,
I know, right?
Yeah.
But anyways, so what do you want to talk about for the next few minutes?
I don't know, man. How's so what? I mean, we kind of got derailed. So you think that Casper was just being pissy because I was interrupting that Doug dude?
No, I think he was pissy because you were interrupting him when he tried.
But he came up pissy.
Well, I think it was from whatever the talking points that were being said that he didn't agree with. And then when he tried to start talking about things, he felt he was interrupted.
Yeah.
Because he does this thing, he'll be like, I was talking about, no, you're right. I'll wait. Don't worry. Good, you got it. Like he'll say that. And that's him telling you, like, hey, why are you interrupting me? You know what? You're right. You probably know more than me. You know what I'm about to say. Fuck what I got to say, right? Like that's kind of like how it comes off. Rolls. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I don't know, man. It was just weird. It was weird the other day.
It was awkward. I'm not gonna lie. It was really awkward sitting there. I'm like,
well, because right, I'm not gonna back down from that shit. I'm just gonna I'm gonna roll right out.
It was just like it wasn't ever resolved. Like you guys just kept it going.
What's that?
It never got resolved. You guys just like kept it going, and it was just like I'm like, oh shit, here we go.
Well, he wasn't gonna let it be resolved, so you know.
Well, I don't think you guys ever got to the crux of it because
I did. Well, I asked him 4 times, dude, what's your problem?
But okay, great. Full disclosure, you were cutting him off from time to time because he's a little long-winded when he tries like to get his monologue out there. A little long-winded, and there was times where you're like getting in there. You're like, well, what does this got to do with? Like, you just didn't let him finish at times.
Well, he was rambling about some weird shit. Like it's one. Look, I will let you. If you are on topic, I will just sit there and listen to you, right? But I don't know that I'm one of the first to call people out if they're just rambling off topic, but I get in there pretty quick. Like I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. You're not even on topic anymore. Because I couldn't even understand what he was talking about. I wanted to because I was like, why is he so pissed off? I wanted to understand what he was talking about. And that's what I was really like, dude, just come on, man. Work with me here.
So
nobody knows what he was mad about.
So Casper represents a community. Casper represents a community that typically has a really negative rep. Like, being black pilled or being, MGTOW, kind of just checking out of the whole relationship market in general.
Mm-hmm.
Society tends to look at those guys as like failures. You're a failure because, you are too scared to date women, or you think that all women are like that. It's just like, it's a negative look when.
Do we know what age range Casper's in?
Casper's a little older than me. Casper's like I think like 1 or 2 years older than me.
Really?
He's like in his mid to late 40s.
Okay, because there was that dude the other night, Grid. I can't remember. Was it Luke? Maybe.
Oh, Luke. Yeah, Luke might
Yeah.
actually be in the
I mean,
chat
he
right
kept on. He kept on and kept on and kept on, and all I could keep thinking through that was, this is like young, inexperienced, brainwashed by the public school system and college talk, and then that led into like he was in school, and then at the end of the like that stream, it was almost like he was starting to open up to wisdom of older people telling him how the world actually fucking is.
So he was actually pissed because I called him out. No, he called me out. So he was like doing some, he wanted to do like a football pool or something, right? About and I'm like, no. And this was in the whatever Discord. He says something about doing a football pool, and I'm like, no, I don't want to bet on anything where, you know, what they have is grown ass men running around in spandex slapping each other on the ass. Like, it's just gay. And I made fun of football quite a bit, and as I do. And then he's like, well, you've never had, you know, you're lying about your body count. You're lying about, which I've never actually, I don't know my actual body count, but it's,
I don't think you've ever really disclosed the number.
It's in that but because I don't know. I mean, I didn't keep count. I just know that it's high. Like, I like to say somewhere closer to triple digits. I hate to think that it is triple digits, but who knows? And I'm not counting. I'm not going to sit around one evening for a few hours and try to remember all the chicks that, you know, that I was involved with. It's just not worth it at this point in my life. And then he's like, you know, well, you're fat and you wear glasses. There's no way you got laid that much. And I'm like, well, first of all, they're reading glasses. I don't actually need them. I can actually even read my screen here. It just, you know, when the close-up screen, I can't fucking read for shit. So, you know, we're reading glasses. And I'm like, and yeah, I'm fat. I put on some weight after I got injured, but before that, I was in pretty decent shape, and I'll be back again. And then, you know, blah, 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 whatever. So he was just insulting me, and I was having fun with it. He was actually, it seemed like he was getting pretty hot. And so I'm like, how about let's debate? And then he picked 4 of the dumbest things to debate that I'd ever even heard in my life. Tiki Tac might actually still have the list. And I'm like, look, I'm not debating some based Oracle bullshit. Like, if we want to debate, let's debate something cool, right? And
Glock versus Sig, go.
They're both trash. It's not room for debate. We're going to debate which one's fucking worse.
Sure, we can do that.
Well,
one of them.
The only good thing I can say about Glock is
by dropping it. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The only good thing I can say about Glock is that they pass a drop test. But yeah, I mean, and then, you know, Tiki Tac engaged him a little bit, and we got him. I mean, he was calmed down by the end of the night. He was cool, you know. And I couldn't debate him on my show because I was actually in a debate. He was mad because I really engaged him because he said that my wife was mid, and I said that was a bold ass claim to make, since he hadn't seen her, you know. And then he tried to make that parlay into me saying that my wife is hot.
It was mostly his shit.
This is what the guys tend to do, is they do this like false dichotomy. It's either this or it has to be this. Yeah. That's why I hate like the debate, like sometimes, because it's not black and white like that. It's not like it's this or this. It's there's nuance there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, he just, you know, and look, he's a good kid. He's, you know, he did debate in school, so he's not completely stupid. It's just the debate topics were bullshit, and you know, it's not. And I'm more than happy. I literally debated every single night last week except for Tuesday. And I mean, I I'm down to debate, but I'm not going to debate some bullshit topics like that's like how like it was literally along the same lines of Andrew is a grifter or some bullshit. So yeah, you claimed, and it was funny because he would be like, well, you claimed this, and I'm like, no, I didn't. Show me where I claimed that. I didn't claim that at all. You claimed it, or you assumed it. Anyway, yeah. Well, he calmed down. We watched a video of the Isle of Man TT.
Yeah, that was badass.
Stuff. So it was really good. It was actually really, really good towards the end, but yeah. And then there was we did a what is fascism kind of. We were kind of dove into his worldview a little bit, or Tiki Tac dove into his worldview a little bit, and what is fascism and all that. So it was an interesting night. I mean, we had fun with that. He was a pretty good kid. The best debate that I had last week, to be honest, was honestly, I would love to say that it was on the Reverie, which I'll be on that again tonight. But the Reverie was weak sauce last week. Like, it was completely gay, honestly. It was, debating. We were basically debating on whether America should take over the world or not. And I said no. I mean, we should be isolationists. We should tell everybody to go fuck off and leave them to their own devices. And so I made kind of a similar claim, or not claim, but I used a similar topic on verbal combat because somebody, I don't know who, did a 1v1 between me and Corinth from the Crucible, my favorite leftist. And so I already had in my mind that I wanted to debate interventionism versus isolationism. And my claim is that there's nothing that we do in the world that helps. Like, every single time that we fight a war, we make it worse. Since the 70s, right? And even the argument can be easily made that World War II was just, FDR gaslighting us into that. So,
all right, great. I gotta go.
Yeah, all right. See you, man.
Bye, old guys. I did my daily nice thing, hang out with the senior center.
What a quitter. Fucking quitter.
Yeah, fucking quitters.
Get out of here, quitter.
Hey, Devin Anderson, how are you, sir? But yeah, so it was an interesting debate between Corinth and I, because interventionism has nothing to do with world economic policy, and that's his only defense was that if we remove ourselves, if we become an isolationist country, then we would have a poor. It would affect us economically, and which is true, but who cares? Because that one thing has nothing to do with the other. And we spent 70 years in the desert getting a bunch of people killed and spending a shit ton of money for nothing. Like, we're probably worse off than we've ever been. So who cares? Why do we want to keep doing that? So that was a good one. And then Chris Lestrange, who still may be in the audience, or not Chris Lestrange. Who was it? Who was the second guy? Oh, Teriak. Teriak debated me, and we on the same topic, and he kept trying to say, what would you do if the Russians put nuclear missiles in Mexico? And I'm like, well, that's impossible. Mexico would never allow that, and Russia can't afford to do it anyway. Right? I mean, you're talking about a country that's basically broken, and he just kept going. I'm like, what would you do? And I'm like, I wouldn't care. It's not my country. That's Mexico. We have, we when they say air superiority, they mean us, And so I'm like, I'm not worried about other countries trying to attack me. Why don't you address? I kept pushing him to address the fact that what would Germany do if America decided to pull back and not provide the military might that Europe uses against all of their opponents, right? And and it was interesting because again, the only thing that he could really fall back on, the only position that he knew was, what about the nukes though? Which, who cares? I don't care about nukes. I don't care about Russian submarines parked off the coast of California. We've already proven that first of all, we know where they all are every moment of every day, and that's not going to change. So who cares? And I didn't say that we wouldn't protect our own borders. I'm tired of protecting Europe. I'm tired of protecting the UK. I'm tired of protecting all these countries, and I'm tired of spending a never-ending mass of money for nothing.
Protect our borders in the context of military operation, like you're speaking. Yes, protect our borders in the general. I don't know. We're doing a good job of that.
We're not doing a good job of that, which we could, right? If we were not.
Yeah, we could.
If we weren't,
if it wasn't so fucking political, first of all, if it wasn't so fucking political, we could do a really good job of it. Like, we got to get the politics out of that shit. Every other country protects their fucking borders. We got to get over this shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I just can't. It's weird how people can't understand that that the only argument against American isolationism is that we are the world's police. And when we talk about being the world police, that means the cop on the beat. That means we protect the shipping lanes. That means that we arbitrate different disputes between countries, which I would agree with all of that. However, the problem is that we aren't doing that. We are supplying the might, but we've subjugated that to NATO and United Nations, so that we're not even the ones determining who are the bad actors, and we're limited in what we can do to enforce
we're the
right,
muscle,
if you will.
We're Vito with a baseball bat. You know what I mean?
Right. And so if we're going to be that way, if we're really truly going to be the police of the world, then NATO needs to go away. United Nations needs to go away. And it just needs to be, and we need to charge every single country in the world for our services, because cops get paid.
Yep.
So, yeah, Cleaner 409 was, I think you got a little bit frazzled, and it was very difficult to make how to make you were having a hard time making your argument, because you kept engaging with Teriak on the nuclear thing, and I just kept saying, it doesn't matter. I don't care about the nuclear bit. All it really matters is it does not. You can make the claim that if we withdraw, we're no longer a superpower, but that's not true. It doesn't matter if we are on the world stage or not. We are still the superpower, and that's it. Yeah, Teriak talked over you a lot. Yeah, you were a little frazzled there, Cleaner. But that, it was those are probably the two best debates I had last week, of all of the debates I had last week. So, and we're getting ready to go for the Reverie tonight. Normally I would have used this for debate prep, but I did all the debate prep last week because we're having the same argument, and hopefully we can actually get to it. But yeah, I'm an isolationist. And by isolationist, I just simply mean that we take care of America first, take care of American interests first, and honestly, it's not in our interest to protect the sandbox at all. Period. It just isn't. Let those fuckers pay for the protection. I would love, because he was like, well, what happens if Iran or Iraq becomes a wealthy, powerful nation because they can do all this trade? I'm like, well, first of all, we don't stop them from doing trade now. Like that, but it would actually make me really fucking happy for them to become a prosperous nation again, so they have something to lose, so they'll quit finding a never-ending supply of willing people to go out and commit suicide.
Well, I think
Lestrange, you've not won a debate against me yet, Lestrange. So next time you want some, just come on, buddy.
I think that with them too. I think if you strengthen them from an if they gain strength, a little more strength through the economic side, the industrial side, they start seeing a little more of westernization.
We would go back to it.
I think you get to a point to where the people there will absolutely not put up with the fucking goofy ass leadership anymore.
Right. And just in the context of history, things that we know is that Beirut used to be nicer than Paris. Like it was the gem of the Middle East. Yeah, Tehran was. I believe Tehran was referred to as the Paris of the Middle East.
Yeah, and it's all about the people though. But after you've installed, coups and you meddle around and played around and so much that you've created a situation where the people of that country have become beaten down. Like they don't, like you said, they don't have any. What do they got? What do they got to gain?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, so Glare 1% is correct. They used to be Western. They dressed Western. They were a fashion mecca. They had modern industry. It was amazing countries until the United States decided to go in and fuck with them.
Get involved. Yeah. Yeah.
And when we did that, which we're still doing that. Oh, yeah. We fucked up, and we continuously fuck up in handling it. It really just we're better when we were isolationists. The entire world was a better place. The entire world was a better place. You can't convince me otherwise. The Chinese were a growing, comfortable society. They weren't. Mao would never have come to power. They wouldn't have shut themselves off to the world again. We were, obviously Britain had Hong Kong, and that was a thorn in everyone's side for a while, but for 100 years, I think. But at the end of the day, Japan and China fought, but that's okay. It wasn't a big deal. It's just, and if we would just remember that the world can be a great place without us, and they don't have to look like us. And then we would be a lot better off, I think. And mainly because I read all of the old books about how, people from America would take these trips to Egypt and have great experiences wandering around without having to worry about getting, shot in a or blown up in a terrorist attack, and it seems like a really cool deal, right? So I don't know. It's an interesting deal for sure. I'm an isolationist, man. I think we need to go back to pre World War II status where we trade with anybody and we don't try and topple governments every week, and we just let it roll.
Yeah. Well, there's really no sense in it. I don't see nowadays with technology and surveillance and so many different other things. Like I don't see why we have to meddle. We can monitor plenty. I don't see why we have to meddle.
Technology is the best argument. Which, by the way, if you want to defeat the isolationist argument, is technology, and that is that because of all of the interference. And because of that, we feel the need to spy on, monitor, and otherwise interfere with other countries. That drives all of the money into the tech market, which gives us all of our modern niceties. We wouldn't have these things without those previous experiences and the need driving them for better and better surveillance, better and better real-time monitoring, and all of that. So. The only successful argument against isolationism is technology. Correct, Ghost 1978. We fund wars in other countries and then help rebuild them. Meanwhile, here at home, the ones paying are left abandoned by their own government after flooding and fires. That's correct. The people in North Carolina, I want to remind everyone that while you watch California burn, people in California are in the freezing ass cold. They just had snow this weekend and they're living in fucking tents, having to manually pump and carry water for everything, bathing, washing their hands, taking a shit, cooking their food, all of it. They have to carry water to do it. It is embarrassing that in this modern age, with the amount of money we spend in other countries, that our own citizens are in this situation, and we should push our elected officials to do better. It is wrong. It is wrong that we can establish literal like refugee centers overnight in foreign countries, and we'll spend millions of dollars to do it, and yet in our own country, not even 100 miles away from a military installation, not 10 miles away, or not, well, probably more than 10 miles away, but not more than 50 miles away from all sorts of government services, we have zero well, not zero, I shouldn't say zero. I'm embellishing too much. We have not enough forward progress, and we do not have these people being taken care of that are our own citizens. And yet we're going to spend another few $1 million today trying to pump up some raghead somewhere for no goddamn good reason.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know.
Yeah.
And yes, I agree, Cleaner 409. The fact that we're not hiring based purely on merit is obscene. It's obscene, it's absurd, and it needs to end. It just, I can't say it any clearer. Right?
A lot of that's starting to die out. I don't foresee it. I foresee it being a really slow burn when it comes to bureaucracy, but the private sector anyway is jumping ship on that shit pretty quick.
Yeah. For any of you guys that watched the last couple of weeks, you've noticed the animatronic frog in the debate named Doobie. I've learned that he is some sort of Latino. He's a brown person. I'm assuming Latino. And lives in California. He's leftist to the core. And so therefore now, where I was treating him kind of ambivalently, just didn't give a shit. Now, of course, now we have to destroy him and rip his soul from his body because he's a leftist and he deserves it. And he will be on tonight's panel. Absolutely. He's going to be there. And it is, while it is not my ultimate goal, it is certainly a side quest to crush his hopes and dreams. So join me tonight, guys. It'll be fun. It's going to be great. It's going to be a good time. No rational leftist though. He's just crazy left, man. That's true. Yeah, he is. I mean, he wants to say, ever notice, Clovertack, have you ever noticed that the more rational a leftist tries to sound, the further left they actually are?
Right.
Right.
Yeah, it's a vicious circle with them. That's why. And it's also because they only have the talking points they've memorized really to fall back on for the most part. It's quite sad. They are so deep into the machine and into the cogs that it's really hard for them to would be the word I guess think for themselves would be maybe a good way to put it.
Right.
Definitely critical thinking, definitely empathy, putting yourself in somebody else's shoes, thinking outside the box, all of those, all of those things. They have a real problem with that.
Chris Lestrange, this will be on the Reverie, which is a panel debate every week. It's invite only. And they like me there. So, I'm fairly constantly invited. They're going to start earlier this week. So normally they start at like 6:30 or something, and then they have like 2 hours of bullshit. But last week, the thing is that they started at 8 o'clock Pacific time. So, or not Pacific, Eastern time. They start at 8 o'clock Eastern time, and they have like supposedly there's supposed to be an hour of bullshit, and then they get into the real topic, and then But last week we only like for the entire 4 hours or whatever it was, we talked only about the one topic, which it was a great debate, to be honest. I loved it. Unfortunately, they kept making it about brown people, and so this week, in theory, it's going to start right out with the topic. For those of you guys who remember who were not here last week or otherwise just don't know. The topic tonight is going to be, I'm reading the prompt, the consulting firm McKinsey reached a lenient deal with the Biden Justice Department for its role in opioid crisis the United States is facing. McKinsey is accused of turbocharging the sales of Purdue Pharma's OxyContin by getting the company to target pharmacists that were irresponsibly prescribing the medication. This happened despite McKinsey being well aware of the risk the drug posed. Independent from this, an illicit drug legalization movement has been growing in the United States. However, if successful, would that birth more Purdue Pharma's and McKinsey's, organizations that seek to push dangerous drugs for profits, regardless of the consequences? Often, these discussions focus on relieving the prosecutorial threat from consumers, but should we instead focus on the rapacious producers who would look at vulnerable Americans as a profit center, like they don't already? Even if we should have the freedom to take whatever drugs we want, should we also have freedom to sell whatever drugs people will buy? I'm going to argue honestly that currently you do have that freedom to get whatever drug you want, whatever you can afford. As long as you can afford the doctor to write the prescription, you can get whatever the fuck you want. We see that with rich and famous people who are addicted to prescription medication. So this is going to be a great one. It's going to really spark some shit off. I've got to work on my opening statement between now and then, or my opening argument. I think my opening argument is going to be twofold. First, McKinsey's a marketing company. Marketing companies are going to market. They're used to lying. They all lie. We know that they're lying. So why are we surprised when they get caught lying? So I think McKinsey's irrelevant. However, I do think that that Purdue Pharma, the producers, knew the whole time that OxyContin was actually really, really addictive. And they withheld that from doctors for a very long time. And so they are complicit. They are responsible, regardless of marketing. And I don't know about irresponsible pharmacists. Again, the product was marketed by Purdue. It all goes back to the manufacturer saying that OxyContin was or less addictive. I guess they never actually said. I need to look into it. If anybody knows offhand, but I can't find anything that says that Purdue initially said that the drug was addictive. Everything I can find says that initially OxyContin was marketed as a non or less addictive replacement for opioids. So this is going to be great. This would be a great one. And so I'm going to burn this down tonight. Again, got to work on my opening statement. Got to do some stuff between now and then. But yeah. The thing is this is all innuendo anyway. I mean, honestly, we don't know when Purdue knew. I think they knew from the start. I can't make that. Nobody can prove that claim out. However, that if the different, even if we knew that, okay, even if they knew that, is it proper to blame a country that releases a product that they know, because they had to know because they tested it, that they know is more addictive than heroin itself. What do we do with that? I don't know. I just, I think it's an interesting deal. I think it's going to be great. Coco Shuko, I've missed what you were saying. I'm going to have to. He dodged the bullet with prescribed painkillers. Yeah, no, Are We Not Men? I know they said it was less, but I think at one point they said it was not addictive. I just can't find a definitive. I can't find a smoking gun. I can't find a smoking gun. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are We Not Men? I can't find the smoking gun, but I remember when OxyContin came out that it was non-addictive. It was safe. It was all of that. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting debate. What do you think, Clover Tack? Did I put you to sleep?
Not completely, but I don't know. I don't know what I think. There's a whole lot to unpack, so that's going to be interesting when you get
it's hard to narrow it down
and all of that. But I go into okay, we could talk about the FDA. We could talk about all of the legal, capitalistic, industrial, governmental, bureaucratic entities involved in it and what they knew or didn't know and whatever. But there was also a very controlled distribution of it at that point. And to me, that's a much different thing than black market poured over the border, blah, blah, blah. So you're talking about two totally separate things. And I would think I would come down to, and again, I'm not a debater, so I'm not just spitballing here, but I think I would come down to saying that I think that while I can certainly concede that there is addiction and problems and probably unaliving and definitely loss of family fortunes and everything else due to even oxy in that controlled distribution chain and being misused and abused and what have you, that the vast majority of strife and grief and problems that we see are from the unregulated distributions of it. So I don't know how you I don't see how trying to lump them together, and I don't know that I'm not saying anybody's trying to do that, but I think separating them out in my mind has to be a place to start before you even start down the road of trying to debate, because which one are we debating here?
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. It's so multifaceted, right? On the one hand, so I see that Mr. Mister is tying capitalism, and Silvar Ogre is challenging that. So here's the thing. It is capitalism, but I think capitalism is generically based on the premise of, while we say buyer beware, most of us, especially when we're dealing with a professional or a tested, stamped safe product, we believe it. So then at that point, it's not capitalism, it's deception, right? It's fraud.
Yeah.
Capitalism, and that's really the sin here is not necessarily that they were producing this for money. Like Cleaner 409, yes, my Discord is the shed, and if you need to, one of the mods can post a link here to the Discord if they would.
So,
but go ahead.
So, one thing I don't understand when it comes to and I would say that we do have an oxy problem, right? Um, but I can't help but think at the same time that this is sort of like blaming the fucking gun. If it wasn't oxy, there's tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of drugs out there, right? If it wasn't oxy, it would be fucking potentially something else. So
Well, there's a big difference.
While we look at let me finish real
go
quick.
ahead. Yeah.
So while we look at oxy and we say oxy bad, lied about oxy, more addictive, problem, being synthesized, being brought in through the southern border, oxy the problem. Okay, so great, but what are the causes that led oxy to become a problem in the first place? Because if we don't focus on them, look at them, try to close those gaps and fix that type of stuff, and maybe in this conversation, that's part of where it's going. It's just going to be something else later on. It's going to be some other type of drug. Like you can make an argument that weight loss, whatever injection, fucking, what am I thinking? Diabetic drug, whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about because I'm not the medical guru here.
Sure.
Is getting to the point it's almost the same fucking way. I mean, doesn't have the kill rate and blah, blah, blah. I get all that. But as far as the desire and people seeking it off market and everything else, it's getting pretty crazy. So,
I mean,
what are the things that lead to that, right?
Yeah. So I think the problem is, I think there are two arguments here that, first of all, comparing the drugs to something like guns or cars or whatever is, people don't generally represent a firearm as anything but a firearm, and you can pick it up, you look at it, you know what it is. The same thing with a car, same thing with anything. The problem is that
but the safety factor depends on how you're using it, right?
No, not when you're dealing with an addictive drug. There is no such thing as safe use of an addictive drug, right? Controlled use, sure. But
it could be the same. Could be used for the gun. It could be still could be controlled use. Could be considered safe.
Right, but if you're told, but nobody will tell you. Nobody can tell you, hey, this gun's 100% safe, and then the gun can't do anything on its own, and the gun can't make you do anything. Whereas a drug,
the pill can't swallow itself or make you swallow it.
Right, but if you're told, or whatever, again, once you take the one, then you want to. There's always that desire for the second one that's built into the receptors in our brain, and the way heroin works, especially, is very insidious. And when we talk about if I give you something and I say, Clover, this is safe. You can take it, you can quit whenever you want. It's not going to ruin your life. It's it won't kill you. It's perfectly safe. And you take it in good faith. And I will draw a parallel. If I told you, hey, Clover Tack, if you put on this soft armor, I'm going to give you this, and I know that armor is only good up to 357, and I say, hey, you know what? I'm going to give you this 10 mil. Go ahead and put it to your gut and pull a trigger. And you would, and if you trusted that, then that would be the same, right? Because it's not safe. There's nothing about it that's safe. Maybe you live, maybe you don't. But the reality is it's not safe. And that's a problem with what they did with oxycodone, which I don't honestly. I have a bigger problem with the fact the drug the fraud was committed in saying that the drug was not addictive, that it was safe, that it was also that you couldn't turn it back into heroin, or not heroin, not necessarily heroin, but you couldn't crush the tablet up, mix it with some water or alcohol or whatever the hell it was, and then turn it back into basically pure heroin, right?
Right. Yeah.
which it was supposedly it was synthetic or mostly synthetic, and you couldn't and so if you tried that, you couldn't do that, right? But those were all lies that were told to the American people, told to doctors who then prescribed it, right?
Yeah.
So this is closer to the equivalent of me taking a 22, boring it out to 38, and handing it to you and saying, "Hey, buddy,
yeah,
it's going to hold it." And then you go out and you get 5 shots off and everything's great, and then you hand it to your buddy, and because it's all stress fractured. It's
more of a time bomb situation.
Yeah, it's a time bomb. So it's going to blow your hand off. So, and that I think is really the crux of this issue, is that did they know it? When did they know it? And how did they know it? And now their own the problem with this Purdue Pharma thing is their own documentation proves that while they absolutely knew that you could crush the pills up and shoot it up like heroin, you could also snort it. You could do basically it was just you could basically turn it from the opioid drug into heroin and do all the heroin things with it.
Here's why I don't think I can. But I don't.
But they knew it, and they marketed it as safe.
But here's where I don't think I'm really good at doing the whole debating thing, maybe, because what it sounds to me like is y'all are harping on the pharmaceutical companies and what they knew and what they didn't, and whether or not that was ethical and whether they should be held accountable.
I don't care about ethical
and all this. And well, I mean, whatever for whatever reason, doesn't matter. As opposed to, we've got a problem. How do we fix that problem? Because like when I
we've already
this is
fixed
where my mind goes. And,
right.
So my question,
but
we're so focused on the pharmaceutical, the industry side of things, the manufacturing, the distribution, all of those things you're talking about, and the potential fraud within and everything else. How does that address the problems? Like, I guess
in this case, hold on.
It keeps future things from potentially popping up. But the issue we're dealing with now, how does that play into
Right. Well, we can only reduce so far, right? So we can reduce it to, we have a drug problem in this country. We need to control drugs, which is what this. So here's the problem. What you're talking about is exactly what this drug was supposed to do. This drug was supposed to address the drug addiction problem. Just like fentanyl. Fentanyl was supposed to address the drug problem. It's supposed to be less addictive. It's supposed to be safer to use, easier to use, easier to control the dosage, all of those things. And yet people die daily from fentanyl now. And the same thing with oxycodone. All of these opioid medicines we've been lied to about, and not for a couple of years. It's not like they licensed it last year and this year we're suing them. We're talking about, I think oxycodone's been on the market, or Oxycontin has been on the market for about 10 years. Somebody will correct me on that. But it's been on the market a long time. And so it's not just a negligence on the part. I don't care about the negligence on the part of the company. I don't care. I'm not arguing about any of that. I'm saying that this is what they said. This was the actual actions. So here's where I stand on it. My position is going to be that those, as far as that part of the debate prompt goes, is there's at no point in time where attempting to control these drugs does anything but make it worse, right? Every time that we've tried to make it better, we make it worse.
Sure.
Right.
Bureaucracy and government does that. But
we've made, and by worse, I mean it's more effective at killing humans.
Yeah.
Okay. It's easier to overdose on Oxycontin and fentanyl than it is on heroin.
What's the difference between the two? Are they derivatives of each other?
They're derivative. They're all based on opioids, and it has to do with how they treat it. And basically, supposedly these were synthesizing an opioid type drug that did not lock onto the receptor in the brain. Right. And so I would honestly, the actual solution is to just go back to the go back to the 1890s, back to opium dens that are, regulated by your county, and let the stoners be stoners and die. It sounds rough, but that's fine. If that keeps us from having kids getting hooked because their doctor prescribes them Oxycontin. This is the malice, right? You get Oxy prescribed to you. It's more addictive. It's easier to take. It reduces down to a more potent dose. And so it's so easy for people to die on Oxy and fentanyl that it's crazy. We got to quit doing that.
I think part of this too leads into a much larger issue, that the same as, we all know that regardless of what industry sector or whatever we're talking about, there's just people that fucking suck at their job. And, we see this highlighted really often with law enforcement, right? Cops suck,
sure.
Squeal, pig, bacon, whatever. And that's true. There's a certain amount of, law enforcement officers that absolutely suck, a fairly large portion, I'd say, that suck at their job. I believe that's the same way for doctors. And I believe not only is it the same way for doctors, but I believe they're also going through a much more rigorous educational system, which we all know is completely fucked as well. Which is another sector that is, people that suck at doing their jobs.
Yeah.
So I think we got an issue partially here with potentially doctors that were prescribing that maybe didn't understand it, or understood it and didn't fucking care, and didn't have pathways in place to help people if they were going to have to take it, to successfully be able to wean off of it and that sort of thing. So but I don't know. That's just something that pops into my head, that it's potentially a lot of fucked up doctors are not helping the situation.
I mean, there's a lot of different issues at play.
Yes, cleaner, spot on. Thank you for that. He says, Clover, they're good at their jobs of selling you the drugs. Yes, but that's what I'm talking about, is the doctors that aren't interested in treating your problem or fixing your problem. They want to manage your fucking symptoms. They basically just want to sell you drugs.
Sure.
To me, that's not a fucking doctor.
And the reality right now is, regardless of anything else, the reality is that in this case, doctors were lied to about it, and they believed it because they wanted to believe it. Now you have to understand, they want to believe this bullshit, right?
They want to believe that. That's not well. So doctors as a whole could be lied to about it. I would agree that could happen, but all doctors believing it and not following through on their own and figuring this shit out, they're fucking doctors. They should have.
No, dude, you're giving way too much credit. You're giving way too much credit.
I guess I am, and that's part of my point, right?
Sure. But, doctors were lied to by pharmaceutical reps. Pharmaceutical reps were lied to by the companies that were making it. The companies that were making it were lied to by the people who held the patents. The people who held the patents lied to fucking everybody. And so far, Purdue has only been fined like $600 million.
Oh, is that all?
They've made a couple of billion.
Oh, I'm sure, if not more. Yeah. I was just being sarcastic.
Right. I mean, let me just look at it. Just simple math is like, I had to pay a big tax. I had to pay a 40% tax. Okay, cool. Keep rolling.
But where did that money go? Do we know?
I don't know.
So that money went into programs to try to actually solve the fucking problem or clean up.
I think it's
some of the turmoil.
I could look into the court documents. It's probably meant to do that.
It's probably mostly went into the pockets of fucking lawyers. When you think?
Sure, yeah. I'm sure 2% of it did for sure.
At least 2%. Shit.
Yeah, at least 2%.
200%, maybe. Yeah.
No,
80%, 60%. You don't think so?
So I think 2% of 634 million is a pretty good chunk. It's a few $1 million.
I guess, but I don't know that I don't know that you'd have a lawyer that would tackle big pharma and blah 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 for 2 fucking percent.
I don't know, but it could
20
be
20
10%.
maybe, like 20 maybe, but 2, like I don't know about 2. But either way, they're getting a good chunk of what could be potentially, but that again, you got to have lawyers to be able to put in the work to be able. I mean, you don't get the money without the lawyers, right?
Even at this, the insurance company is going to pay a big part of that settlement.
True. Which they're involved too. Like they got their hands in the fucking honey pot. Don't think they don't.
The insurance company that provides liability insurance.
Okay. The business insurance
to the company.
Side of
you guys. I mean, it's just a bad deal. There's no win here, right? I mean, personally, again, I go back to and I'm really not a libertarian. However, I don't think that the United States government has any business regulating drugs. There's not one fucking politician that understands drugs. I don't understand drugs. You don't understand drugs. Nobody understands that shit. And so when it's easy to lie to us, it's so easy to lie. And so and it's getting easier because it's getting more and more complex. Right? We don't know.
A lot of it, let's be fair, right? Okay, when we're talking about medical in general, let's be fair that different people's bodies react to different things differently, right? And people may be experiencing multiple conditions at one time, and if the testing is not right, this is all part of the whole Obamacare thing. And while now, doctors want to run every single test under the sun, it's money for them, it's money for whatever. I get all of that, but it's also a cover my ass fucking thing too. And it makes sense because the human body is complex.
Well, I'm just looking at, all right. So let's just say that you have a all right. I know your kids are grown, mine, but let's just say my 14-year-old. One of the reasons my 14-year-old does not play ball sports in school is because of the risk in high school of getting a life-altering injury playing fucking soccer or football. It's dumb. There's no point in that. Fuck that. He's got a whole future ahead of him as a whole human being. But a lot of these kids in high school sports get hooked, and these are good kids for the most part. They get hooked because they go to the doctor and the doctor gives them a bunch of fucking painkillers.
Yeah.
Right. So we can talk about that aspect of it, but that's irrelevant to the actual argument. The argument the prompt is not the drug's addictive. We all know the drug's addictive.
I get you, but you're not debating me, right? Like I understand.
I'm not debating you. I'm willing to talk about all of this stuff with you.
Yeah. Now you're playing.
But I also have to keep my brain plate clear because I've got to.
I get you. No, I get you. That's why I said for you, this is all about the whole debate thing. For me, I have no fucking interest in that side because this is not something I'm educated on enough to even try to debate. So for me, it's a conversation, and it's more of a conversation around the fixing the fucking root of where's the problem? How do we fix this problem, and how do we clean up the mess of this fucking problem? Like that's where my mind goes with it.
I mean, I think it's
a different prompt, I guess. I'm working off of a different prompt here than you would be working off of in the debate mindset.
Well, I believe that the government has no right and no ability to truly regulate drug activity and enforce drug laws. In theory, the Department of Health, which is a government agent, if the Department of Health was an actual professional agency, then okay, maybe they could. But I don't know, because it's any other politician type shit.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the government's done a shitty ass job of it. When we banned drug, we went from having almost no real drug problem in this country, despite having drugs massively available.
Yeah.
To banning one drug after the other, and it's just worse. It's just gotten worse. It's just gotten worse and worse and worse. It would be better to go back to opium dens, clinics where people could go get high if they wanted to. One shot at cleaning up, and if not, then you're on your own and you can just be homeless or whatever. But it's just I'm ambivalent about drug use because while I can certainly understand the idea of being hooked, at the end of the day, I have to go for personal responsibility. It's not society's. Yeah. It's not on society to keep me sane. It's not on society to keep me in a position to where I'm moral. Right? We should not be attempting to legislate morality. So,
as a government.
Sorry,
yeah, you said legislate. Yeah.
It's not on society through the government.
I said you're talking about government because I believe that society does play a role in trying to help people become, either by setting examples or offering programs or mentorships or groups or whatever, through compassion and through empathy. I do believe that society does have a place in trying to, at this point, I would say, change the moral compass of, you know what I'm saying, the existing society and the problems in society, right? I mean, we have a vested interest in that. We all want a better world for our children, and cleaning up some of the fucked up shit that's out there is all part of that. But I do not believe it's the government's role to fucking do so.
Right. So, are we not men? So do I condone the government providing needles and vending machines? No, I do not condone the government providing shit.
Right.
Like, that's stupid. I don't know how you get there from here.
All for a privately raised, group or organization or something, and that's where my mind goes with a lot of this.
Right. Well, basically, I don't have a perfect answer.
Now, I believe the government can have a certain hands-off role to play. And I say that with a lot of fucking hesitation, because I don't believe that you can ever have a situation really where the government is fucking hands-off. If they've got any leverage that they're going to have, any leverage at all, more than likely at some point they're going to use said leverage. Now, with that little caveat out, there's certain perks, I guess, the government could give, and they already do that in forms of tax statuses, right, for organizations and other things. But again, I go back to say that if you created an organization and raised money to give out clean needles, let's say you thought that was your solution to the issue, you file for that tax status. Now you're on the government's radar now, and then the government don't like what you do or say, or the tweet you tweeted or whatever the fuck. And then now the government pulls your tax status, or they do this, or they threaten you, or they sue you, or they do some kind of stupid shit, right? So then I'm right back to the same spot that we need to be doing this shit all on our own, and fuck the government.
Yeah, right. So where I'm at is I'm all for free enterprise. If somebody wants to set up a set of drug dens somewhere, fine. You just got to be on your own. We can't legislate morality. We can punish immoral acts, right? This is where people always say, well, there's laws against murder. I mean, sure,
but are we punishing the act, or are we punishing the results of the act?
Because right. Yeah, we're punishing the
results of the act, not the act itself.
I'm not really sure what.
And those results are basically an infringement upon the
750,000 for Obama dirt trail. I'm not really sure what Mr. is talking about. I would like to. I'd really like to understand that. Made by Jim Bob, you are welcome to come up and chat. I will be glad to give you room to address.
Yeah, it sounds like Jim Bob's similar to what I was talking about, but he could probably articulate it better because he's
I'm just not.
He's kind of in the sphere over here, so he speaks y'all's language better.
Yeah. I'm wagging. I don't know.
You kind of froze and all a little bit there, just for a
second.
Sorry? You froze.
Well, I was being really still while I was scrolling.
A little bit. Well, no, it was definitely, you had this weird, it was definitely a lag.
Interesting. I didn't see
you're good. But you're good now. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he said, Jim Bob says he's watching. I got it. Let Jim Bob play in chat. Yeah, I mean, he can tear up chat all he wants to. Watching his kid. Yeah. Apparently he needs to watch Joe too. Look, I'm of the opinion that most things that are illegal are really stupid to be illegal. Why is it illegal to have a pellet gun in the city limits? Why is that?
Yeah, no,
that's stupid as fuck. Why is it illegal?
Now, let's extrapolate that and say if you have a pellet gun in the city limits and you shoot it and you injure someone or someone's pet or break their window, then you hold the responsibility, right? For that particular action and for the harm that you did to somebody else.
Sure, but
that doesn't justify to me having the law.
Yeah, there's no reason for a law there. That's a civil action at that point. So it's no different than if I'm driving down a country road and
it could be negligence. It could be criminal.
Yeah,
it could totally be criminal.
But I don't believe that's true.
So if you're in your backyard and you're let's follow this for a second. If you're in your backyard and you're playing around with your pellet gun, and you miss the target and it goes through the little slat in the picket fence and your neighbor's kids in the backyard, and pellet guns can be pretty high powered nowadays, some of them, and it hits just right in just the right place, whatever, and you've taken the life of, you're saying that's not a criminal thing? It's 100% going to be criminal. It's going to be manslaughter, neglectful homicide. I don't even know. Like, what are the?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that's legalese, but I mean, there's a lot of situations where nowadays we would have a problem with that. I guess that's kind of interesting. But how about this?
How
about this? Let's say that I'm playing with my pellet gun. Well, all right, let's just take pellet gun out of it. Let's do this. You're out on your porch drinking. You take the bottle, you throw it over your fence onto your property, but you hit the neighbor's dog in the head and kills it.
So the neighbor's dog's on your property?
Close enough. Maybe it's on the road, right? Your bottle lands on your property, but the dog happens to be tall enough to be able to be hit by it. I don't know. But even if it is on your property, well, I guess you're in Texas, so.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
you're in Texas.
Yeah,
you're
don't come on my property.
It doesn't work in Texas or Tennessee. I was trying to think of something that would work in Texas or Tennessee, but in Tennessee, if your dog's on my property and anything happens to it, matter of fact, if your dog's on my property and it causes damage, you're liable for it.
Well, if you've made a bad decision,
but you don't go to jail for it. Here, okay, so that's actually perfect. So let's say that my dog goes into your yard and tears up your favorite porch recliner and tears the stuffing out of the cushion and everything. And I come to you and say, "Hey, you're responsible." Or you come to me and say, "Hey, you're responsible for your stupid ass dog. Fix my couch." Or replace my recliner, whatever the fuck it was.
That would be so.
And so where do you go from there?
Well, that would be civil, right?
Yeah, that would be civil. Yeah.
That would be a civil thing. Yeah.
It would be a civil thing.
But there was still there was a bad decision. And man, that's a subjective term. So I'm not sure exactly how to word this. So give me a little grace, everybody, with my wording on this. I'm going to use the word.
No, I'm good, man.
But I don't know that that's the right word. But there was a bad decision made in which not to keep that dog on a fucking chain or monitor that dog or leash or whatever, or keep that dog in your own
And
fucking
there's
yard,
probably a county
right?
ordinance that there's probably a county
So
or
there
city
was,
ordinance that says your dog must be on a chain at all times.
yeah, and I don't have a problem. I say fuck that law or ordinance.
Right.
But at the end of the day, the dog owner is responsible for that dog not going.
Sure.
And it could be and I don't even have a problem with that dog has damaged. There potentially being criminal liability there.
Mhm.
I don't even have a problem with that because you made a decision in which your dog, which you should have the responsibility. Again, we go back into the responsibility thing for. Now, maybe it's a culmination of the two. Maybe it's a situation where it's like, okay, if the
maybe your couch smells like steak.
If the dog owner, yeah, you ate too much bacon on the patio chair there.
Yeah.
But the dog owner pays to replace the chair or whatever the case might be. And yeah, cool. I mean, everything we do it off. We're not going to press criminal charges are not pressed. Blah 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 blah.
Just one time.
If the dog owner, that's right. If it becomes a habitual, repeated thing, that's a whole different situation, right? But we're talking about this one time, and he says, "Fuck you! I'm not paying for your fucking chair." I mean, it was a stupid, worn-out fucking chair, and dogs are going to be dogs, you know. And let's say that the leash law doesn't even exist, right? That does not absolve the dog owner from the responsibility of making sure that his dog doesn't damage your shit. And so, if he's refusing to make you whole, then at that point, maybe it does become some type of a criminal penalty of some sort.
Okay, let me throw this at you.
But we interjected a dog in here. When we first talking, we were talking about personally shooting a pellet rifle, right? Personally, a human being.
And I said,
and then now we've interjected a fucking dog, and like
that was
like, oh my god!
I'm just trying to show the capriciousness of government. But let me throw you another one. Let's say that the drug laws are as they exist today, and that we have the fentanyl and other opioid crisis, and the church downtown has a clinic set up where they buy opioids on the black market and use it to wean and methadone or whatever else. They use it to help these drug addicts come off of their drugs safely. All of that is breaking the law. Yeah. Should the church be raided?
So the church is buying black market drugs to
because you can't buy them. They can't buy them open market.
Yeah, to essentially do good. So not only are they buying them, they're in they're
administering.
That would be administration. That would be possession. That would be a lot of different shit, right?
Yeah. The only thing they're not doing is selling.
Oh man. So fuck. I say that so long as no one is immediately harmed under their care, so as long as they don't fuck up and OD somebody with the administration or something like that, I don't know that I have a problem with it.
Okay.
Assuming that the laws, we're talking about assuming we take those laws away, right? Right? Like I don't see the problem. I think those laws are stupid. Is what I'm getting at. Like
right, I think all drug laws.
Most laws are stupid. Again, unless it's a law that specifically punishes someone for the results of their actions, which harm another human,
directly harm,
has directly harm, which has taken something from them. Right, which could be their life, their liberty, their property, their what the fuck ever, right? Then, yeah, that law is fucking stupid, pretty much.
Right. Okay. Let's say that despite their best care in administering these drugs, several of these people die in their care.
Mm-hmm.
Because
well, I think that would, and
that's just the way that works anyway.
yeah.
Because unfortunately, the way that opioids especially work is they accumulate in fatty parts of the brain, and where what's a safe dose today could kill you tomorrow.
Yes.
And so that's one of the reasons why they're so dangerous,
Yeah.
and why they have to get people off of them.
That's a great comeback. And here's what I would say to that. It's a great comeback. I like it. Here's what I would say.
Listening.
Just because said church would be charged with negligent homicide, whatever it might be. I think I finally got that term right. Whatever it might be, right? In that case, and it would be up to the DA to be whoever to not overcharge the case, obviously, which means that proper investigation would have to be done. And it was found that they were doing and we're under the guys here, I'm guessing still, that the stupid laws don't exist, correct?
I think most,
because obviously if the stupid laws still exist, there would be a whole litany of shit storm of stuff they would.
I got to be honest. I pretty much feel like most laws are stupid. So
yeah. Well, if we're under the assumption no laws exist, right? None of the stupid drug laws exist, and they do this, right? They can't be pinned for any of those stupid drug laws. The only thing they can be pinned for is the harm that was allegedly done to those people, right? Then they would, potentially get arrested. They would go through the investigation. They would go to the court system, and then depending on what was found out and how it was laid out within the justice system itself, and they find that, oh shit, okay, there wasn't really any neglect or incompetence or anything else that went on here, right? It was a factor. It was just a cocktail of events that led to this. Like, nobody was actually at fault. They didn't intentionally OD. They didn't even negligently draw the wrong prescribed dosage, or say prescribed dosage or proper dosage, right? It's just that those particular people that died from it had a pre-existing condition or had whatever that it was unforeseen. Right, you didn't know that was going to kill them. You had no clue that was going to kill them.
You're going way further down the rabbit hole than I'm prepared to go. Basically, if someone is attempting to do good and bad things happen, that's enough for me.
Right, that you wouldn't even charge them.
I wouldn't even charge them. I don't think that and that's why I think that all these drug laws are stupid. I think that the reality is that they don't really hurt.
But without some type of investigation, without it getting to that point, how do you know that there wasn't some black swan, black angel, somebody, nun that's double injecting people? Right?
That's a great question. That's a great question. The problem is
that's my point. Is it would have to get some point to determine that there was no intent here. It was an act of God. It was just a cocktail of bad events. Nobody is really at fault. They were trying to do good, and in the process of that, there was unforeseen events that took place or things that happened that was outside of their control, and so charges dismissed. Right?
I think it's.
Or in the reverse,
I guess where I'm gonna land on this is, I don't even trust the government enough to investigate that something that is so irrelevant to me. Right? They were trying to do good, bad things happened. Now, obviously, if at some point there becomes some concern that there was a black swan or black angel or whatever, that something like that was happening, and they came to you and said, hey, we need this looked into, that's different. That's a different subject. That's you willingly involving the government into your life, which I would never do. But at the end of the day, I just, I'm
how many lives would be lost before you caught that person doing that thing? And we see this in the real world nowadays, right? With nurses.
Well, the problem that we have in that question is that you're talking about people who are already on their way to dying. And so the fact that these people are trying to do good and bad things happen is irrelevant to me. Like,
well, I thought you said that they were trying to wean.
Yeah, they're trying to wean them off. They're trying to help them.
They're not indulging people into their habits. They're trying to wean them off.
Correct.
So if they're trying to wean them off, how are they already on their road to death? It would seem to me they would be on their road.
Oh no, because this is exactly what happens, Clover. And I'm sorry I wasn't clear earlier. The biggest problem is that even as you're trying to, especially if you're doing the lessening dose of their drug, is that the way the fatty acids in the brain work is that you could use the same or less dose that you did yesterday, and they OD on it because of the way the fatty acids release it back into the system. So that's see, this is where I would be like, yeah, I don't know, I don't care. The fact that they are an addict and they are in this position, we can't go much further.
Well, why would they even bother? Why would the church just take them in and shoot them in the head? Like, I don't.
I mean, to be honest with you, that was my original. That was my original answer for drug addicts. Right. Was hey, they made a choice.
Because you seem to say that the church.
And I've lightened up on that a lot. I've lightened up on that a lot because there have been some very good points made about how insidious the drug market and the way drugs are prescribed in this country really truly are, and so this is where the problem is that hypothetically I would say that every single time the best answer is a 22 to the back of the head. The problem with that hypothetical is that the hypothetical assumes that you decided, Clovertack, to go in and start doing heroin, and you got hooked and you tried to get off and you failed several times and you just did it to yourself, right? And if that is the case, then sure, 22 to the back of the head saves me a lot of money, saves the taxpayers a lot of money, and we'll replace you with another human. But again, the reality is that's not what, especially in today's age, is that's not what's happening. What's happening is that you go in for a twisted ankle or a broken hairline fracture in your arm or something like that, and where the only place that opioids, morphine, that sort of thing should be used is in an operating room or in an emergency situation
under direct care.
Yeah. The reality is that they hand them out like fucking Skittles while you're in the hospital, and then they give you a big take-home box.
Right, a doggy bag, yeah. Uh-huh.
Right. And so so that's the problem, right? Is that my problem is honestly no longer with the drug addicts in this situation. My problem now is with the doctors. Well, the doctors are basically doing what they know to do. So if you're doing what you were trained to do, right? That's like blaming a soldier for putting a bullet in somebody's head who's trying to break into a building, right? That's his fucking job. So I can't blame that guy. Well, now I got to look for the next level, right? So now we're looking at insurance companies, drug producers, and drug marketing. So this is where the crux is, right? So now, at this point, the 22 needs to be put in the back of the heads of insurance companies and various executives in management positions. That'll never happen. So what do we do?
Yeah, because it would require force, and what has the force other than the federal government, right? To be able to try to do that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there we go, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. I get where you're going.
Right.
That sucks.
Right. I'm glad we had that conversation though, because it is an interesting dichotomy, and I follow this trail of logic out a lot with people because, well, not a lot, but often with people, because in their mind, it's all on, and just like it was with mine, it's all on the addict, or it's all on a failure of society because we enable these people, and we do to some degree. But the reality is that the medical industry in this country, and it is an industry, is literally designed, in my opinion, currently it is designed to create addicts, and not just illicit drug, not just drug addicts, but addicts to surgery, addicts to treatment, all of these things.
So we took that down. I think we took it in a circle, quite honestly. But
I know
we still.
I had to lead you back to where we started.
I still say that, and I get you. You go in for a broken ankle, like I get that whole analogy, right? And then next thing you know, you're hooked on this shit because the doctor. I get all that, but and this is anecdotal, and I'm sure it's not just me. It's a lot of other people and whatever. And it's one of the things. I guess I don't know. Maybe it's what you guys call an ought claim. I don't know, but I would think that, and it's definitely a societal issue. But I would think that when I go to the doctor, right, I have all types of conversations. We talk about medications. We do this, we do that. I mean, things obviously can get overlooked, and it happens. But we have conversations, prescribes medications. So this is, for me, this is being married to a nurse, obviously. But like anything that gets prescribed, any talk of any even herbal or anything else, supplements, vitamins, minerals, things of that nature, even over the counter, gets heavily scrutinized and researched and gone through in my house, right? It always has. Shouldn't people practice that more? And maybe that's an alt claim, but I mean, if they did,
That's an alt claim.
Would the epidemic be as bad if that type of activity or responsibility on the part of the patient was followed? We should advocate for that. You would agree with that, right?
I think we should advocate for it. The problem is this is a pie in the sky kind of, like I can't get there from here. I want to, right? Just like I can see inner peace, I just can't get it.
Yeah.
So, sure. I agree. I don't disagree with you, but again, it's like, I mean, I know inner peace exists. I've never had it.
noble cause, but at the end of the day, maybe fruitless is kind of what you're getting at.
Right. Are we good with, is old Joe and Jim Bob, do you guys need to come up? I'll go eat lunch and come back, and you guys I'll just leave the show with you. You guys are having a great time out there.
I know they are.
Yeah.
They got the gloves. I don't know if they got the gloves on still or not, but
they're doing really good. But I mean, I'll just leave the show with them. I'll just you guys can just have a great discussion or argument or whatever you want to do, and I'll go. I need to go. I got a shower. I got to shave. I got to debate tonight. I got to do my prep. So, you want the link, old Joe? Do we have any mods left in the chat? Can we get Joe a link, sir, please? God. Actually, Tiki Tac has an all access pass, and he can come up and moderate.
That could be interesting.
Well, it's interesting. Tiki Tac has all access, but he's not even a moderator.
Jim Bob says he's at a library, so he's going to have to come up and whisper. Just be
That's
prepared.
Okay. That's okay. That's okay.
I'm at a library.
Please ask old Joe for an example of an ordered society that doesn't have an enforcement arm.
I can't think of it.
Hare Krishnas?
Hare Krishnas.
Not serious. Is that not one?
I don't know.
Do they have an enforcement arm?
Is that considered an ordered society? I don't know. Is that a society? That's more
I think
of
it
a
is a society.
that's more of a cult or a not in the bad way. I don't necessarily guess.
They're they're like
or a
Buddhists
sect or something. So yeah, a sect or a cult or something. I wouldn't consider that. I don't think a society. So
they're some form of Buddhism, I think.
But I think any group of people, potentially any group of people, no matter what you call that group, if they have a specific set of bylaws, rules, whatever, would have to have some type of enforcement.
I think he told me not to put him up, so I'm gonna
It just adds me out.
I'll drop you down, sir. I'll drop you down as soon as I remember how to do that. I don't normally do that. Nope, that's wrong button. There we go. He's in the back. He's in the back room. He has all access, but he's not even a mod. It's very funny. We're working on that, old Joe. An example of a society without an enforcement arm.
Yeah, I would have to use Google. I would have to ask ChatGPT.
I mean, Jim Jones, he had an enforcement arm. That Hindu guy up in Oregon, he had an enforcement arm.
He had at least one enforcement method, I guess. Anyway,
yeah.
Sport Brad will leak now.
Buddhist monks, maybe, but are they a society?
I don't think that's the thing. Is I don't know that
society.
That's a society.
It's a sort of church, but
it's like a group or like I said, or a sect or a cult or that type of thing. So, like, I don't know. But I mean, there has to be. Even then, though, I think there has to be, because like, what happens if you're a Buddhist and you're Kilimanjaro, wherever the hell they're at, right? And you just decide that you're not going to adhere to that lifestyle anymore, and you order strippers to your hut and your whatever. Right?
Well, even
there has to be some type of ramifications, and those ramifications or whatever have to be carried out by force, because they asked you to leave and you don't. What are they going to do? What's going to
even what the Tibetan guy, the
Dalai Lama,
even he has an enforcement arm. And he was Gandhi. Didn't Gandhi have an enforcement arm?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. Even if grid, take this down to a very simple level, right? Even if you started your airplane homies club, right? And there's 8 people in this airplane homies club, and you all sit around and you decide, okay, here's the rules. We're only going to fly on these days. We're only going to fly for this long. The dues are X number amount. You set all it up, right? And then 6 months later, somebody decides they're not going to, right? Well, you've probably written down the penalties for breaking those rules or bylaws within the bylaws, right? Now, how do you force that person out of the club that's not adhered to those bylaws, right? There has to be, somebody's going to have to be the enforcer, grab that dude by the arm, take his keys away from him to the hangar where you have the meetings, and say, get the fucking bricks, right?
All right, old Joe, how are you, sir? I think you've been on my show.
I'm going to step down, and I've ranted a lot, let old Joe rant here, so y'all have fun.
All right, see ya.
Hello, sir. How are things today?
Good. How are you?
Good. Hey, I'm not staying up long because I got some stuff to take care of, but I am an awful typer, and you can see typos in the chat, and I find it restrictive. So the issue at hand, which is an issue close to my heart, is drug addiction issue. And I see others in the chat who have who have had family members, friends who have lost them to drug addiction.
Mhm.
I had an uncle who, I didn't know it at the time, but I think that in the end, it was probably an overdose that killed him. And this addiction issue, having spoken to my father about it, it really tears families to pieces, eh? And it tears lives to pieces. And so how do we deal with that in practical sense? This is the discussion that I'm having with Jim Bob. And I'll just come out and say it. Jim Bob's looking for a gotcha. But the point is, how do we influence people, or how do we stop? What's the most effective way to stop this behavior? We have, and you mentioned something earlier, Grid, about, government programs where they're giving out free needles and all the rest of it. Where I come from,
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say
no,
that.
you came out
Somebody in
against.
the chat said that.
Yeah,
and I addressed it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's my opinion that you're against those kind of initiatives. That's
Yes.
what yeah. And I know that in our way of thinking up here in Canada, where I'm from, that was used as a way of dealing with addictions. It started sometime in the early 90s, and the homelessness problem and the addiction problem in the streets just ballooned out of control after these sites were instituted. So basically what the question is what is the best way to have the least amount of this kind of behavior going on? I think that's question at hand. When we're talking about enforcement, in my opinion, you have to have an enforcement element, any kind of government. However, what methods and what processes do you put in place before you have to use enforcement? How do we handle it so that we don't have cops running around trying to stop every bad thing that happens in the world? Because I think if you do that, you're already under the gun, and I don't think you're going to be that effective. That's my opinion anyways.
Okay. Well, I don't know if because I know you guys were in your own little thing there, and I do actually. I mean, I'm glad to have somebody else come up and you guys can discuss forever. I don't mind leaving the stream up, but I have to go. I have to get ready. I have to get my stuff done tonight. But
me too. Thanks a lot. And the issue, and it might be a good structured debate, is society different than government? So if we have social enforcement through influence, and the term social enforcement is a loose term, but if we have social influence having people's behavior modified, is that different than laws? Hey man, I'll let you go. Thanks a lot for having me up, Britt.
Yeah. Just to put my position out there again is that in an ideal world, we wouldn't have any drug regulation, and it would be run more or less like it was back in the 1890s. I don't even have a problem with opium dens. If you want to waste your life there, that's not my issue. You need to get yourself clean. My problem is that we've turned a corner in society where not only are we asking citizens to pay for the care of those that are afflicted or chose to become addicted, either way you want to look at it, but our hospitals are knowingly and irresponsibly, in my opinion, allowing people to get addicted. As a matter of fact, that I think a lot of times they cause it, even children, especially children, I think, by the overprescription of pain medicine in all forms. And there's some different arguments, around that, whether, that they're trying to create customers for life, whether, they just don't want to face the fact that these things are massively addicted and
well, part of the issue, Grid, I think, is that the issue of addiction is now seen as a kind of victimhood. We don't want to hold people accountable for an addiction because we see that as something that happens to them. As a society, that viewpoint has gained more traction. So to say that somebody that's addicted and in a bad situation has somehow made decisions that have caused them to be there is unfashionable at this point in time.
So I understand made by Jim Bob's question. The question is society and government different, which assumes you can have society without force? I don't believe that you can have society without force. I don't believe and I would never make that claim. My point of my position would be is that society should be the response, or we can't since as we cannot legislate morality, we can only punish the results of immorality. Correct? Can we agree on that, old Joe?
Yeah, and you wouldn't want to you would want to punish by force. See, this question is a misnomer in and of itself, but you would only want to punish those extreme examples that you couldn't influence in some other way, like by convincing people, like by showing people that leading a productive and healthy lifestyle is a better way to go. Those are all things that would come before you applied force.
Let me try and get to the root of your position, just so I can clarify it for my own good. I don't know if this will help with Jim Bob or not. Sport Brand, you can come up. You've got to get with a mod, and then you can come up.
The thing is, good. I really just jumped up. Like, I'm not into getting into a long debate, but if you want to ask me a question, no problem.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions, and I'm just trying to understand your positioning on it, because I think I understand it, but I want to make sure. So my position would be is that, yeah, absolutely, you can't have society without force, but then we have to get into, when we're talking about what, from your position, are you talking about social interactions or actual society is broken down into groups? And those two are two very different things, right? So we can have a social structure, right, of where we have a bunch of like-minded people without any enforcement. I could see that, other than ostracization, which is a form of force.
Yeah, but there's a different way, and you ask an excellent question. Let me try and dial in on it. There are different ways of influencing behavior. Let's take your financial success with your business. You could have somebody that observes the way you've led your life, sees it as a success, and decides to emulate you because they want the things that you have. That is society at work. Or you could have the government come in and say, I don't think you're being very responsible with your money, so I'm going to tell you how to spend it. That's enforcement. Jim Bob is big on the force doctrine. I say that there are other ways to influence behavior that are far more powerful. He brought it up when he said putting lyrics to a song. This is what I'm trying to get him to understand, that when he goes immediately to force, it's a straw man. It's the last resort. Yes, it's necessary. Of course it is. It's always been necessary. However, there are other and better ways to influence human beings' behavior.
Yeah, again, I didn't read all of the argument, so I am definitely not going to be jumping in the middle of it. I wanted from my point of view to try and understand what your position was, and I still am a little fuzzy on it. But to be honest with you, I'm out of time. I've got to get moving. But it's an interesting question. So let me ask you just really quickly, if you were to and look, and I'm going to preface this by saying that my youngest brother died of alcohol poisoning addiction, right? So he drank himself to death, basically. And I've watched friends, ruin their lives with drug addiction. So I'm not immune to the effects of it. I've seen it very personally, but my problem is that I 100% believe in personal responsibility. And so while I can feel a lot of sympathy for those people, and even empathy to some degree, I have no ability I don't want to rescue those people in any way. That's their job to do. They put themselves in that position. I can't drag them out, if that makes sense. So I'm curious, in your worldview, actually, where do you think the citizens responsibility lies?
I think there's two parts to that question. So let's say that you have your, let's say it's your brother who is suffering the effects of alcoholism, and you have your son with you, and he observes the negative effects of alcoholism on your brother. You may allow your son at an appropriate age to observe those effects and then discuss those with him so that he knows what is happening to his family member and the destructive effects of that habit. You then may allow that knowledge to influence his behavior. Now that's the one piece. The other piece is if that somebody goes ahead and decides to continue along this path of, say, alcoholism or drug use, it is very difficult at some point in time to say society can protect everybody from all their bad decisions, and that the citizens should set up a fund or pay for all of the bailing you out when you're in these scenarios. And I myself, having lived in a society that, like, I believe we would both agree we want what's best for the maximum amount of people. Would that be a fair statement?
I mean, I don't think it's unfair. I don't know if it's particularly accurate because I don't know that I would.
When you're talking about the issue of addiction, what is your goal? What do you think is the best case scenario society wide in terms of addiction?
I can't answer that, but because I don't know what the best would be. I mean, obviously, ideally, the best would be zero addiction. However, I have to live in reality, and reality is that there's going to be some addiction. People are addicted to all kinds of things.
Yes. So you would agree that the best case would be zero, even though we would know we couldn't achieve that. So there is some goal in that the least amount of people suffering from this issue, the better. We would agree with that. Whether it be by their own decision or not. We don't want to see people addicted and twerking out in the streets. That's not a good thing.
Well, actually, I don't really care if all right, so let me rein this in a little bit.
Sure.
So I don't care if your addiction does harm to you. Because as much as I like you and that you seem like a good fellow, however, it's your choice. Where the issue of addiction crosses over is if you, through either being irresponsible or some other path, starts to transgress against me or the rest of society in a way that we've deemed illegal, right, or otherwise wrong, right?
Yeah.
So this is my problem with drug laws. I honestly don't give a shit if you can do, honestly, if you're a high functioning crackhead, if you can use cocaine every day of the week and manage it and show up on time for work and do your job and go home and you don't run over people with their cars and that kind of thing, I don't really care that you do crack. I only start to care about it when it spills over into my yard, so to speak.
So is it fair to say you would object to people's poor decisions, individual decisions, bleeding over and other individuals having to bear the cost of those bad decisions?
Yeah, I always do. And that's across the board with, I think that people make bad financial decisions that I have to pay for. I don't like that. I think that that's stupid. You bear the responsibility for your choices in life.
Overall, Grid, when you're talking from a societal perspective, I would lean more towards that worldview than the other way around, the one you just expressed.
Can I do some pushback real quick on this?
Sure, man.
Okay, so the idea of we all take accountability for our own actions, right? I agree with that 100%. Who protects the children and the elderly? If we have accountability for our own actions, right? We're all going to become old men at one point. Who protects us? Do you protect me?
Do you make a decision to become an old man?
Well,
no one makes the decision. That's just inevitable.
I can deal with this.
I'll answer.
Yeah. Go ahead.
your family and your community.
Okay, what if you have no family?
Well, then, unfortunately, it's going to be a tough life for you.
So you're just shit out of luck.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I wouldn't agree with that. I would say that what Grid and I were talking about.
Hold on. Let me and I understand where you're going, but let me throw this out there. The sins of the many borne by one is horrid to me. Right? That's why.
I'm gonna let you have this conversation and drop down. Thanks for having me up, man. I appreciate it.
All right.
Son of a bitch! You son of a bitch!
I kept keeping him up here, which I didn't mean to do, old Joe. I really appreciate you being a good guy.
Oh, I only wanted to argue with old Joe. I'll be honest, Gord. Yeah,
that's fine.
I agree. I agree with you. Yeah, I don't want to keep you. I don't want to keep you.
No, you're fine. Mordo says, I've got a tumor in my spinal nerve bundle. They refuse pain relief. Well, that may be a good thing because you don't get addicted. I mean,
if it's terminal, why not?
That's actually the best argument for narcotic use. If you're terminal, why not?
Yeah, why not? Like that's what my grandfather had. He was going through. He had he was terminal. So they just put him on a morphine drip in the VA, and that's I mean, he went out happy. You know what I mean? That's the best we can.
I get that, right? Like, and that's like so my grandfather was. I don't often talk about this, but my grandfather was a corpsman, an army medic, in which they still called corpsman then, even though Marines now are the only ones called corpsman. It's in World War II. And he very rarely talked about any of it. To him, it was a pass. He didn't want to talk about it. It was, but every now and again, you catch him in a mood where he would say, just, give you a couple little stories here and there. And the only one he ever really talked about that had anything to do with drugs was he was talking about how you ever seen a morphine starette that they would like put in the leg.
Yeah. One of my grandpas was a CB, so he had to pick up Marines off of the Pacific coast, and sometimes some of the guys are still alive, and he had to use one of those. Yeah. I know that 100%. Yeah.
So he was talking about how he was at the Battle of the Bulge, I believe, and
very nice.
And so he was talking about how he was helping everyone he could. All the medics were like super stressed because, it's a huge battle. There are thousands of people wounded, people losing legs, arms, just cut in half. It's a horrible thing. So he never really talked about it. We were talking about one day, and we were actually talking about drug use. And he was talking about how he had come across this guy, and this guy was missing basically everything from the waist down, right? Like both legs. This guy's dying.
Yeah.
But he can feel it. He's awake. He's not unconscious. This guy is like in so much pain. And because of the whatever had hit him had cauterized so much of it, he wasn't bleeding out very fast. Right. Gotcha. He was going to die because he had no intestines or anything, but he wasn't dying fast. And horrible. And so my grandfather actually said, "Hey, I gave the guy as much morphine as he asked for." Right.
Good on him.
Because he's like just seeing somebody suffer, because seeing somebody suffer that much, and then of course he had to move on to the next guy. Like he couldn't even stay with the guy for the last 3 minutes of it or 5 minutes of his life.
Yeah. No. Yeah. So, yeah.
Horrible thing to talk about, and horrible thing to talk about. But I understand that if you're in that situation where it can ease somebody's passing, sure, why not? What I'm talking about is would you agree with a doctor because he gets a bonus, or because he, if he hits his numbers, he gets he gets a discount on his drugs or whatever with the pharmaceutical supply company or whatever it is. Would you be okay knowing, which you don't know, but knowing that was going on in the background, and so instead of writing you a prescription for a low-level local painkiller like lidocaine or something that's just absolutely, yeah, okay, it takes the edge off, but you're still going to be in pain, versus him writing a 13 or 14-year-old kid a script for oxycodone or oxycontin or fentanyl, whatever.
Are you saying that like versus a combat injury versus
no? I'm saying no. I've already done that. I've already said, I understand your position. End of life. Life sucks. You're going to die.
Yeah, fill him full of drugs.
Okay, 100% okay.
Yeah.
But
in this context, what was the injury? Just to clarify your point.
Yeah, just like it's a kid that has a football injury or played soccer, dislocated his leg or some shit like that, or torn ligament.
No. Do not give him opioids. Do not give him any type of things like that. It's ice. Anything beyond that, give him every single form of treatment before that.
But toughen him up, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. I'm big on like chiropractic. I'm even big on yoga to a certain extent. Anything. You do everything and anything before you get on actual hard drugs.
Yeah, let's just say he cracked his kneecap, right? He's playing basketball, he gets slammed to the floor, cracks his kneecap, got to go in and do surgery and all of that. I'm still in the bandwagon of give the guy lidocaine that he can like rub into his leg 3 times a day.
Lidocaine.
It's gonna hurt. I'm gonna be honest.
Maybe aspirin, maybe a little ibuprofen. You know what I mean? A little
Yeah,
bit.
it's
like
gonna hurt, right?
Something. Yeah, you're gonna go through some pain. If it's not like a life-threatening injury,
sure,
don't give him something that is going to completely
and that's where I'm at on
out. Yeah,
that's where I'm at on it. And so no, I don't think
I agree with you fully.
Yeah, I don't think that there's any other excuse for that. Guys, I have to check out, man. I'm running really long. I've got to get out of here, and I'm gonna be busting my balls to make everything happen tonight. It's been a great stream. You guys have been great. The audience has been awesome today. Really appreciate everyone who threw up a few bucks and donations. That is awesome. I will be back at 7 o'clock or as close to it as I can be to do the debate on the Reverie tonight. Made by Jim Bob. Glad to see you in the chat. I hope that you enjoyed the show today. Glad everybody's in the chat, to be honest with you. You're all rock stars.
Thanks for having me up. I'm gonna hop up. Yeah, thank you much.
Yeah, and I'm really glad to have everybody in the house tonight. I think if Chaotic Truth is still live, you guys are going to go over there. Otherwise, it's going to just send you nowhere. You guys have a great. Crucible's live. Let me change that. Give me 1 sec. I'll send you guys to the Crucible. Let me look into this. It did not come up on when I was looking earlier. So please stand by while we research this very important feature. See, it's interesting how anytime we bring up addiction, drugs, any of that, it's always interesting to me the responses given. I got to tell you, it's great to me. It's probably not super wonderful for anyone else, but for me, I like it. I like it a lot, and it's a good time. So let's see. It looks like we live. I don't know why that didn't come up. I may have to resubscribe. I'm a member, so we'll go ahead and throw this down. Do a little El Switcherino. we will send everybody over to the Crucible, where it will be a great time will be had by all, obviously. And again, really glad to have Jim Bob and everybody else in the channel today. It's just been awesome. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, guys, peace out. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the Crucible, and I will have a great evening planned for everyone. I'll be back at 7 o'clock. Peace.
I am everywhere. I am inside each and every single one of you. You just look in, and I will be there. Waving out at you. Naked. Wearing only